with CFO Pamrook and Municipal Coordinator Carla Duarte. And I am calling the meeting to order. Before I do that, I'd like to report out from the closed portion of the meeting the council just had. And while we went into the meeting under several sections, but it wasn't as well developed in the proposed topics for discussions. One of the addendums that we added was section 91K, which was negotiations and related discussions. I can say that some confidential development opportunities were discussed, and that would be all we'll be revealing at this time. So that's the closed portion. We are now into the open session, and I'm looking for a motion to adopt the regular meeting agenda. I'll presume from the councillors a hand or a yes. Thank you. Any changes? I have some, but I'll allow staff and the councillors to go first.
I don't have any changes.
Thank you very much. CAO to join if I can. I will add item under reports, item 10A5, and it'll be the MIA service provider agreements. And for 10B, which is mayor reports, it'll be CN Police. And under committees for me, it'll be the 50th anniversary committee. And I'll be providing some minutes, and I have some asks from staff and from staff. Any other changes, amendments, colleagues? There being none, I will call a motion. All those in favor of the agenda with the amendments as noted, please advise by saying yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. First up is the public participation, and we have some in the gallery. Somebody would like to unmute, we'd be happy to give you 2 minutes on the gallery. Don't be shy if you're first time.
Looks like Mr. Shredsky.
Mr. Shredsky, if you can unmute, we're good.
I believe I am. Thank you. I have been asked by many residents to speak to the council once again. The strategic objectives are to correct our village growing spending problem, absence of adequate public consultation, and apparent challenges with following the principle of OCP. Doesn't seem to be functioning. Administrator proposed hiring yet another consultant, this time for planning. We can hardly be assisted by outsider, i.e. Whistler, Pitt Meadows, or who knows from where. Lions Bay has outstanding mix of professionals, project managers, engineers, lawyers, etc. Hereby we ask the council to establish Lions Bay Planning Committee. I have additional questions. One to administrator. To clarify, annual payment per household as the sewage levy for the next 10 years. I suggested is $1,500 according to the information received. Administrator claims is $1,050. What about the $400 that we pay normally? Isn't that all amounts to $1,500? I also have a question to Councillor Cunliffe. I'm not sure if she's present today.
She's not here, but if you could give us the question, respond.
It's one is in reference to Lions Bay corridor resolution. How do you justify spending $60,000 for our inadequate budget for a path to accommodate stroller without consultations with residents? There is no such a demand, so it's questionable. I also like to ask her why she's not appearing on many consecutive council meetings. To best of my knowledge, it is a councillor's obligation to appear. Perhaps there is a health reason. If so, please explain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shretsky. Staff will respond to your first two questions. On to the third. Councillor Cunliffe, when she is here, almost always has no camera on. The bandwidth in her house, given the use of her family, it crashes consecutively. Council's experienced this, and we've asked her to attend, but given the situation, we'd rather have her than her image. So thank you very much. Anybody else on the questions? Again, for the gallery members, don't be shy, we don't bite. Anything you've got, this is the time to do it. All right, nobody's venturing forth, and we'll close that portion of the meeting on the public participation and go right to the public delegation request. Two things. I guess I'm being somewhat jocular, but I appreciate what it takes to do the job. We have some village royalty with us tonight, with both former mayors Burr and Broughton, and we welcome them both and looking forward to both of their presentations. And I would ask that, given that council has a very long night ahead of them, that you please confine yourself to the 10 minutes. You'll hear the timer go off a minute before, so please judge yourself accordingly. Thank you very much. Mayor Burr, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Let me pull up the necessary here. Can we see a screen titled Community Signage Project?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, good, thanks. So I have shared this with council via the agenda, so I'm not proposing to read every word, so I'm going to whip through this quite fast. Stop me if there's anything that you find interesting. So, as I probably don't need to remind you, several years ago, council funded a community signage makeover project. And the intent there was to move away from any sort of official municipal type signage into signage that served the community to achieve some of these goals, as you see written there, using carefully chosen wording that would do these things: persuade, advise, inform, and talk to, and a design ethos that caught attention, helped readability, and inspired. $15,000 was allocated by council at the time. $5,000 went to produce a style guide that was carefully thought through to come up with some sort of consistent layouts. And these were 56 signs designated for an initial phase. 10,000 of the 15,000 went to execute that initial phase. And out of that, we got 10 key signs. You can do the math on the cost, but these were they, and you have seen them in the village. Some of them are more overwhelmed by ancillary signage than others, but these are the signs that we see. I think meeting the goals of the project and the initial goals quite well. Not threatening, useful, interesting, and informative. These may or may not have been produced. I'm not sure. I can't remember what the story was, but we haven't needed them, so it's probably a good thing that we haven't seen them. There's still some signage in the village. Here are some samples. They don't obviously meet the community signage standard because they have not yet been replaced. Some are more egregious than others, particularly like this one. This creek provides drinking water to the people of the village of Lions Bay. Please avoid contaminating the creek in any way in or around this creek. By order of Village of Lions Bay. I'm not sure that that achieves what it would like to, but here are a few more. We have a West Van sign in Lions Bay. This one, we have the Village of Lions Bay, and then right here we have the same sign. That was the project then. It's been somewhat delivered. Now, I am proposing to council that we produce another 19 signs from that initial 56 batch in time for the 10-year celebration of the Centennial Trail. The cost is about $2,500. The text is somewhat updated to accommodate things like, for example, the eagle's nest has fallen down over the storms this last winter. And obviously we're not calling out the eagle nest as it used to be. So now if I can just work this thing and return to this thing, sorry, I beg your pardon, to the proposal, and that is here. Now I have to share this. I have to reshare my screen, beg your pardon, stand by. It's not something I do every day. Okay, so this document you've seen as well. It's the one that calls out every sign in the proposal, all 19. These numbers here are, can we see this when I'm moving my screen?
Yep.
Okay, good. These are the actual original sign numbers, so don't be fooled by those. But these are the signs proposed specifically for the Centennial Trail, very much interpretive. This text is not whimsical. It's been thought through and revised with many interested parties, stakeholders, I think you call them in the municipal business. Again, to try and meet the stated goals of engendering a sense of wonder and need I mention care for the community, both in terms of people who live here and people who are visiting. So that's the proposition. This sign is optional. Is to replace this one. I particularly like this word defecate. I don't know that I like seeing that in public, but the idea here was to reduce the wording, say the same thing. Maybe perhaps actually even put these above the intakes rather than below. This is council's option. Whether you want to put this up or not, I don't know. Again, it's just interesting. Here's the conversation somebody would have. Hey, what's behind this locked gate up here in the middle of nowhere? Before they would say, I don't know, let's go and find out and see if we can mess something up. If we put up a sign, maybe they'll say, let's not mess with it. Don't know, optional. This is also optional. Again, trying to tie things together. These were long planned. I just pulled this out of the old plan. And here's the budget for those signs. The sign production is relatively inexpensive. This is a hard quote from the sign manufacturing people. 38 pressure treated posts, 6-footers and 6 8-footers. This is the cost, $23.70. And I am asking, as you see in the cover sheet of my delegation, which I refer you to, I won't go find it, that council approved that spend along with some directions to staff to get things going. And that's the end of my delegation. Thank you.
There you go. Mayor Burr, just the 2 optional signs that you showed us.
Yes.
Estimated cost for those?
No, that's included, but whether we put them up is at council's discretion, and staff may have some desire around there as well.
Okay, so that's in the package then. And okay, thank you very, very much. Just for clarity in moving this along, I'll quickly go through Mayor Burr's request, and I'm putting it in the form of a motion. The council approved a spend of $2,500 per the presented proposal to accept the sign text presented with the proviso that it may be tweaked based on ongoing feedback by the presenter, who will also generate the final layouts to reduce staff burden. And 3, direct staff to A, issue the sign production order to Shireen Industries for fastest available turnaround, and the materials order to Rona or similar on the day they are finalized by presenter for delivery to his address for pre-install fabrication. B, accept expense claims from presenter to reimburse hardware and auger rental costs. C, ensure a risk management agreement waiver for volunteers is available on or before March the 12th. I think Mayor Burr, I capsuled everything on your wish list.
Indeed, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just so that we can get this right into play and go with staff. Can I hear a council put a second forward? No. CAO. We're going to hold. I'll put it forward. Well, let's go to you then.
I think Mr. Jaffer probably has something he'd like to say with respect to the optional sign that we don't think should be included here.
Yes, thank you. I would, through your worship, I would prefer that the watershed signage not be adjusted and that the optional signage not proceed until we have had chance to work on the watershed, the community watershed program. The existing signage, the wording was discussed with the Vancouver Coastal Health Drinking Water Protection Officer, as well as others in the industry with respect to watershed protection.
So in brief then of that I read, CAO, my Public Works Manager, that the recommendation that I read, with the exception of these two optional signs, you're fine with that from a staff perspective?
With the exception of the watershed signs, yes, 16, 18, and 19.
3
optional signs. Okay.
I do have one other question though, and I don't have it in front of me. I apologize, but my question for Mr. Burr is: are any of these signs duplicates of the signage that was put forward by John Dudley that was approved by council already? There were 16 signs that were approved for the Centennial Trail. Are these the same signs?
These are the same signs, yeah. We just expanded a few more. John Dudley wasn't aware of the fact that some of them were multiple copies. For example, there are 2 Douglas fir signs because there's 2 Douglas firs we're pulling out. There were the dog off-leash signs. There were a few extras, but they are the same signs. In some cases, the text has been updated, for example, to accommodate the fact that the eagle nest fell down, or that the cedar tree that was proposed in 2018, which is almost 3.5 years ago, that tree is no longer the best example of a cedar tree because it talked and fell down. So different text. So the short answer is it's the same signs improved.
Okay, so I don't recall exactly, but CFO Brooke, did we not have an amount budgeted with respect to? I don't think it was very much. It was $300 budgeted already with respect to those signs.
No, this amount hasn't been included in the budget yet.
Okay, all right. I wasn't sure if it had already been last budget and had to be a rebudget, or if it was a supplement to be done.
No, it's an additional request.
Okay. All right. Just want to clarify that.
There you go. Councillor Abbott, you've got a question?
Yeah, I do. The interpretive signs on the Centennial Trail, I had walked there before and read all the old ones that are getting obviously destroyed by the weather. We're done fairly economically. I think that's certainly a benefit and something we should consider. I'm not so enamored with the idea of replacing existing signs or adding additional signage when there's already signs that serves a purpose. I'm not sure that's money well spent. And I'd like to suggest that unless there's something really egregious or offending about an existing sign, that we just let them go. We've got enough signs in the village as it is. But I do like the idea of Centennial interpretive signs.
Thank you very much. So I've read the motion. I'm going to ask for a seconder and then we'll finalize discussion. May I have a seconder, please? Thank you, seconder. All right, let's go to the discussion, which is between, the way I read this, it was all new signs. The way Councillor Abbott presented it, it's no new signs, and maybe there's some net differential, if I got that correct, Councillor Abbott?
Yeah, sorry, I jumped the gun there. I thought we were already in the discussion point.
Close enough now.
Yes, I'd like to suggest that we don't spend money replacing the existing signs. They still
All right.
have function, regardless of what they look like. We did have a budget for this, and we completely overspent it previously. But I do like the idea of the interpretive signs.
There you go. All right, so Councillor Bain, we're going to be going to a vote here in a minute. So it's all in new signs, allowing for the modest cost of $2,500 versus some replace, some not. Can you share your view with us, Councillor Bain? Any questions as well?
Yeah, I think with in line with the 50th celebrations and everything, I think renewal is really quite inexpensive in this case. I'm not in favor of spending a lot of money, but former Mayor Burr is not asking for a lot of money. And I'd be happy with what he's presented as it is.
Thank you very much, sir. Last discussion before I call a motion. Councillors, anything? Going. All right, calling the motion. All those in favor of the motion, which as I put forward has been second, please respond by advising yes. And if opposed, no.
Yes.
Qualified, yes. I'd still like us not to replace signs that serve a function, but the bulk of it's around the interpretive signs. So.
All right, Councillor Barmeyer, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Councillor. Approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
Mayor Burr, thank you very much. By the way, that's a lovely virtual view, which I know is the real view now.
Indeed it is. I should also thank you for approving my tree application, which you see behind you.
There you go. It's absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much for your hard work and dedication, Mayor Burr. All right, Mayor Broughton. So we've got your information is in correspondence. We'll give you a second to be organized. We're going to set the timer for 9 minutes out. When you hear it, you got a minute to conclude. And you can tell us when you're ready to go.
Thank you, Council. I'll just set up this share screen. And oops, daisy, just a sec, sorry. I'm like Mayor Burr. There we go. Can everybody see that?
Yep, you're good. And can you practice doing the next slide so I see you can? Okay, if you're ready.
Right?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, fantastic. Listen, I'll try and go through quickly and certainly finish on time. But first of all, I'd like to thank the preliminary budget preparation on the part of council, direction and staff for the zero tax increase for the general taxes. Regarding the, so let me just go through, and I will go through the KG parking lot, the Lions Bay Avenue connector resolution, and the applications for grants. So I'd just like to begin by saying that I recognize that the infrastructure levy was introduced in 2019 and continued in 2020 and continues in 2021. And that is a baseline 10% tax increase, if all of council can understand that, and I know that you can, but that would be understand my perspective on that. The reason why I'm presenting before you with this PowerPoint that I prepared last time, and my apologies that I got into a technical glitch, is because community members approached me, but I don't just come and present because community members have approached me. I researched the information. And as I researched, I realized that what was constituted was a 13.3% increase, and that's not sustainable. And in our official community plan, very nicely, it talks about the community must be thoughtful and innovative in making development choices which maintain its unique sense of place, respect the natural environment, enhance its social diversity, and provide affordable services to the community. Lions Bay strives to become a leader among municipalities in creating a sustainable community for future generations. So one of the key things that this became my focus as I reviewed about it is that we have to continue, as I know everybody, all of council is committed to, but creating that sustainability and affordable services while maintaining our natural environment. So let me just continue on. I know that you have that information. Let me go to the next slide, which is that the infrastructure levy, probably about 50% in 1 year, maybe even up to 100% in 1 year, less than that in another year, goes to water. And as such, under Schedule B in our infrastructure, pardon me, in our 5-year plan, financial plan bylaw, it identifies that that should go to the water, sewer, and solid waste utilities and be placed into the utility fees and rates. So I just want to draw that to your attention rather than to general taxation. So some portion, and I believe that there's been maybe a subcommittee developed to look at that. So thank you very much. So looking at excessive taxation, and I've gone through the budget, the preliminary budget, and you know, there's so much obviously going on at any one time in a municipality, and you're the council that needs to really look at that. And I see that's reflected in the budget. But what I'd ask council to do is put your heads together and look at, is this intended to be a permanent tax, or is it intended to be a 5-year tax, or what is the intention overall? And then to communicate that out. So thank you for that. So just to say that the mayor's update last year, and this isn't in any way, it's just to let you know that, well, it said $86, it was an increase of $86 to the median home. It actually is $260 plus $86. So it's about just short of $350 per home, that kind of increase. And then it recurs and it compounds. So thank you again for the 0% shown in the preliminary budget to all who were involved. And I know everybody, I'm sure, was, and the challenges involved. So right now in the 2019 audited financial statement of the Village of Lions Bay, there's about $4,600,000, short of 600,000 in the total reserves. Now, I couldn't put my hands on it today, but I have seen the 2020, but it's not posted until, and Pam, thank you so much for that information. It's not posted until you finally brought it into bylaw the first week of May. So the 2020 audited financial statement won't be up and running, but I believe that the reserves are significantly more than that. And that's good. I wanted to bring, I know that this is not in your budget plan, but because it was brought up in in one of the thoughts that council had brought forward. This was February 7th. You can see clearly that at a minimum, there's 20 cars parked there. And I just happened chanced upon it, as you know. But the clear thing is there's not off-street parking. But if you have a dog and you live in Upper Sunset, you've got to do your dog beach in Kelvin Grove. But what we found is it's such a serene location that and each of our beaches is for all of our community members. So we want to make sure that an asset like that we don't sell assets like that, because we can never purchase them back. Secondarily, if you're thinking about moving the tennis court from its current location because you want to sell it as a lot in the future, I would say look to the school site, because the West Vancouver School District works with us, West Vancouver and Bowen Island with our parks. And that's how, when I was a council member, how I built the school field with I was both PAC chair and council member, and with my co-chair of PAC and 134 volunteers and our partners, West Vancouver and Lions Bay, and our grant funding and our casino funding, etc. So I just want to say that there are other choices there, but certainly I'd ask council to take its eye off anything like that. That's it's an invaluable asset. And it might be that there's been one or two people in Kelvin Grove who've asked you to get rid of that parking lot, and they will have parking. There's no side street parking on their parking area, but that would be like me saying I don't want beachgoers parking across the street from my house. Well, you know, that I won't say that. And I don't feel that. So here we go. With the proposed sale of lots, though, what I'd like to say, we'll go back, is that Lions Bay has a very narrow number of lots. It's our land trust, if you like. So you want to examine, do you want to be a council that sells off all those lots now, and a future council doesn't have that opportunity to tap into that? Now, why I bring that up is that it can become very tempting for a council. I'm not saying you, but for any council, it might be this council, a future council, to spend the big reserve that you've got, and that you don't have another way of creating that big reserve, if that makes sense to everybody. I believe it does. So you want to really think through that. And that Lions Bay is a community that draw on your volunteers. When we look at the Lions Bay Avenue connector, for example, I would say I would be delighted to work on that committee if it's going to go ahead. I think that it needs to go ahead with a thoughtfulness that's in concert with our official community plan. The West Vancouver municipality did a study for its upper benchland, British property benchlands, that developed into a neighborhood west of the Salmon House and east of Westmount. And when they put in those sidewalks, they couldn't believe it. There was speeding everywhere. Of course, people see sidewalks. It's like when you drive up Bayview Road, you see the end point. And so you drive quickly. And that's why we put in those 2 raised sidewalks, which we'd seen in the United States. And so that you would have something that safely slows you down. But on Lions Bay Avenue, you've already got traffic calming measures. And I have young grandchildren, and my 7-year-old grandson, if I'm walking along the path to their park, he's not jumping off different levels.
Broughton, I'd like you to wrap up.
Okay, thank you so much. But when we walk back where there's a sidewalk, he's wanting to jump onto the street, not because he jumps onto the street, very bright little guy and very lovely, but because it's a jumping point, it's a jumping off point. So we want to integrate that with the community. And certainly we always want to create safety and accessibility. So thank you very much to council. And lastly, I see that you've applied for grants. Continue to apply for grants. Grants are part of our, what is owed back to us. We are one of the top communities in Canada. We were #1 on a per capita basis of income earned that goes up to the upper levels of government, the senior levels of government, and the senior levels of government decide what they want to do with it, and they give it back. There's always funding challenges, etc., and just keep lobbying.
Thank you very much.
So thank you very much.
Thank you, Butch, very much for your presentation, Member Broughton. To give you confidence, and I've followed from the best on this, I meet with the MLA and the MP every week, and the word grant and return the money are the first things on my lips, and I thank you for your tutelage during your term. So thank you, and you recognize that we do have 3 grants outstanding. Again, I'm on the pulpit here. These are oversubscribed and underfunded. Competition is tough, and we can want all we want, but doesn't always work our way. So thank you very much. Mayor Broughton, my staff here in the room with me tell me that by virtue of the way you've come in with us, your documentation is in our correspondence. So you can expect a response in some form, probably a little shorter than your request. That's fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. And that concludes public delegations. And next item is item number 7, review and approval of the minutes of prior meetings, which is February 16th. I'll put forward that, and if I could get a show of hand from one of the councillors, it'll be the second. And we'll go to amendments, changes. You know, it's been a long day, councillors. One of you guys gonna have to scratch your nose. Or I could wait. All right, I'm going to say that Councillor Abbott blinked, and I'll take that as a second. On this end, so I have no changes to the minutes as recorded, no amendments. So councillors, you can unmute, and if you've got any changes, please advise.
None here.
Councillor Barmer, you weren't here, so you're a no. Councillor Abbott, any changes?
Just give me a second. Sorry, okay.
I beg your pardon?
I'm good.
You're good, thank you very much. Then I'll call motion. All those in favor of the minutes without amendments, please confirm by saying yes.
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 Thank you very much. Approved. Business arising from the minutes. I think everything, from my perspective, everything that was in there is being talked on tonight in one shape or another. So I have no business arising. Anybody else? There being none. You're good. Thank you very much. There being none, we'll move on to item number 9, unfinished business. And Councillor Cunliffe is not here, so we don't know. So that will stay. Item number 173, municipal coordinator. I'm sure 174 has been done. Yes, thank you. Number 175, to staff and to council. I've spoken to Sean Galloway on this, and I haven't received his email back. But the long story short, I've asked him and his team to come back to us in April. We'd like to talk more about this, and I think that's the right procedure so that we can discuss the opportunities to do what we want to do. So if that's fine with everybody, I'll presume that's done. Thank you. And the next was the new constable in charge, or officer in charge, which is Mr. Dykstra. CAO DeJong and I was hopeful we were going to see him or hear him at our meeting. Seems like yesterday, but 10 days ago. But no, he's still not in the saddle yet. But via the sergeant in charge, we've conveyed our best wishes and congratulations. Councillor Barmer, you've got the floor at item 177 to Mr. Burr.
Yeah, I was hoping to have more to report to Mr. Burr. The grants are supposed to be coming out this spring in March. So once we have more to report, I'll get back to you with some more information, Mr. Burr.
Okay, we're going to hear more about the charger pretty much consecutively now, aren't we, Councillor Barmer?
Yeah, we should be. So the ZVIP grant is meant to be calling for applications in March. So you know, we're gearing up to apply for a grant along the vein of former Mayor Broughton's advice. We're going after all the grants, and this is one of them.
Thank you very much. So you did reply, so it's a strike?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sredsky's item number 178. I think CAO, you and Councillor Bain had this, I think.
I haven't responded at this point in time yet.
Okay. Outstanding.
It was something that I responded to verbally at the last meeting or the one before, but I was going to put something in writing, so I haven't done that yet. Sorry.
All right, thank you very much. And Councillor Bain, you were to reply to Mr. Singh.
Excuse me, I have done that along with 180 as well.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to 181. Councillor Bain again.
It has, my email has found its way to Mr. Burr quite successfully. I've got him confirm that with me this week.
Thank you very much. And that concludes that portion. And we're on to reports, which is staff. Policies 1401 and 1405. And I think we won't split them, we'll do it concurrently. And the staff recommendation is that electronic communication policy 1401 be adopted as amended, and item 2, that correspondence policy 1405 be adopted as amended. I'll put that motion. Can I have a sign from one of the councillors as for a second? Thank you very much. Seconded. And we'll go to, I'm not sure who's speaking, the municipal coordinator or the CAO on this one. We'll consider this the start of the discussion phase.
Well, I think that we had gone through this for the most part, and subject to a couple of tweaks that the municipal coordinator has taken care of. I trust that these could now be accepted, subject to any comments.
Thank you very much. I don't have any comments, but I'd like some steerage on, councillors, if I may go first, I apologize. I usually let you guys do that. And I'm thinking, however, it's reflected in both documents. And so I'll just be clear, it's on page 73 of 190, dead center, it's number 9. So electronic communication from any member of council to staff is to be copied to all of council, as well as to the CAO or their delegate. So I would appreciate some clarification, and I've got examples of items that are confidential. There may be a strategy that the CAO and I are working on with third parties. There may be some fast-breaking things that are occurring. And also my drafts of the mayor's message and things like that. So I'd be interested in staff's position on how that falls into all of that.
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, there's going to be work in progress that is not yet ready for prime time, or not intended to be published to a wider audience, that is part of a working relationship between a mayor and a CAO. Ultimately, of course, there are no secrets between the mayor and the CAO and the rest of council. All the information is shared with council. So at some point in time, all the information does come forward. So, but there will be stuff that happens on a regular basis in that relationship that isn't copied to everybody all the time. So that's not intended to be caught by this particular paragraph, that I wonder whether it should be tweaked in some way. Sorry.
Well, I share the same view that you do. I mean, there's no, this council's come to a point where we know where we want to be, but there's some things that, as you say, just aren't quite ready for prime time. I'm just trying not to go afoul. I don't take the thing lightly, by the way. I just don't want to go afoul of it. I mean, I'll listen to my council colleagues on this. My preference would be along the lines, if there are works in progress which are going to be revealed shortly, then I would continue on. There are things CAO and the mayor have between themselves in the ongoing business of the village. So if the council members are fine with me continuing on with that, but to the extent that I feel a moral obligation to bring you into the loop as quickly as I can, then I'll sleep well tonight. I'm not looking for a tweak.
I'm just sort of rereading this, and I'm wondering if the intent of the paragraph is actually that when council, any member of council, writes to another member of staff, not necessarily me, could be Mr. Jaffer, could be Ms. Rook, could be Carla Duarte, or anybody else, that it's sort of bypassing the chain of command. And so that's why that's there, is that if you're doing that, then copy me so that I know that you're having a conversation with my staff. And
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead, Carla.
that was the intent.
Yeah. The necessity in each case of copying the rest of council probably would be fair to say, but sometimes probably not. There's certainly correspondence that happens between Councillor Abbott and Carla with respect to the Curly Stewart Committee, that, everybody else doesn't need to get a copy of that email when it's mundane procedural things or asking a question that's going to come back and the report's going to come to council at the next meeting anyways. That's not the intent of this. It's really just so that if you're corresponding with a member of staff, make sure that I'm copied and think about whether or not the rest of council should be copied as well. Maybe it should be, and consider the appropriateness of copying the rest of council as well.
Thank you. Council members?
Yeah, I've just got a comment and a question. I can live with this if we're committed to the point of view that this is a work in progress, as the CAO has alluded to, and that it's going to need refining as we grow along. We may find some things are working or aren't working and they need to be tweaked. As long as it's not viewed as the final document, I'd be happy. And my question is on point 12, looking at it from chairing the IC, there's a word is somewhat vague to me. For example, what makes correspondence substantive? For example, is asking committee members for their point of view as to a subject matter to be included in any future meeting's agenda? Maybe I didn't word that right, but if I write to another member of the infrastructure committee asking them their opinion on something because I'm looking for clarification, would that be considered substantive or a material part of the discussion that belongs in the committee? It's a little gray to me.
I think the intent, Councillor Bain, is that obviously you're going to have conversations with members of the committee in terms of ideas for future meetings and clarifications of things that happened at past meetings, and could be other minor things. But if there's something that is a subject that is going to be or ought to be discussed in sort of the full purview of the committee as a topic on an upcoming agenda, then best to do that in the committee itself, where it's minuted as a meeting and the discussion can be saved for posterity, as opposed to having the intent is to get away from having debates about substantive content or ideas or things that ought to be discussed in the committee ought not to be debated via email. That's the idea.
So as my take on that is essentially this is to avoid backroom dealing and all that kind of stuff and just keep it in the open. And what I'm thinking of is just sort of a point of clarification for myself. That would be the difference, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, more or less, I think. For committee's business should be open and transparent and available to anybody who wants to attend a meeting or to read the minutes. And if the debate is happening via email, then that doesn't happen. That's more or less what this is intended to get away from, just to make sure that committees operate in the open and entertain their discussions in the committee setting. That's all.
There you go.
Sounds
Thank
well.
you. Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. You're unmuted. Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to unmute and take my hand down. To Councillor Bain's point on that number 12, this was added, I think, largely in part to the occurrence in the Infrastructure Committee meeting last week, where one of the members asked if they could continue the debates via email, and I think there had been some of that, and I think clearly spells out that we should not, and that practice needs to end. I think it's fairly obvious what is a clarification versus clarification for the minutes versus something that is the ongoing discussion. And CEO mentioned the Curly Stewart. So there was an example this week where we missed something in the document we're changing late in the meeting. Someone pointed out afterwards, oops, we missed this one sentence. And so we clarified what our intent was via an email. I think there was an acceptable use of it. And I would call that more like a transitory kind of discussion. We didn't redebate the topic or decide how to handle a certain situation. We just clarified that we'd missed one point of the document. So I think it's fairly obvious for everyone. I think we should all, if you just think about it, know the difference. I think I'm fine with it the way it is, the way it's written. On the transitory records in the next policy, I assume we're looking at both policies at the same time. I have some questions there that I guess I didn't notice previously. Because I'm assuming it hasn't been changed. We've now got a heading called transitory records, and I think if you look at the definition of transitory, it does include things that are being developed, as in you can develop a document back and forward with someone, but then once you've developed the document, that then needs to be copied to everyone else. On sub-bullet H, I guess it is, it goes into a bit of a grey area for me. Correspondence that is deemed by the mayor and council or the CAO or his delegate. Before we go further, I think largely we've always managed to get consensus on what is appropriate and what isn't. I don't know that this is meant to read that the CAO can do so without agreement from anyone else, but that's the way it reads, and maybe or should be and. And then before I go to that and we discuss that, and the point that's really concerning, well, the point that concerns me is deliberately repetitious. Well, if someone repeats a question because they feel they didn't get an answer, who decides whether it's repetitious or just unclear? The answer was not clear. And then vexatious. So the vexation could be simply something that annoys you. And because it annoys you doesn't mean, or you dislike it, does not mean that it doesn't get to be part of correspondence. So I'm concerned with the vexatious and what that means. I think, defamatory, threatening, those kind of things, libelous, those things are obvious to all of us. And I don't believe if the intention is that it's the CAO can act on his own, but council and mayor have to act together. I think it should be that it should be either remove the CAO part and make it mayor and councils, or make it and.
About council and CO.
Well, it becomes rather difficult to have a discussion about whether or not something is or isn't appropriate to be added as correspondence to an agenda if because the only place that we can have that discussion is in a meeting. So how does that work? If something comes in that just with respect to the word vexatious, I think that comes more from litigation, and vexatious litigation. A vexatious litigant is someone who is repeatedly going to court in order to pursue frivolous claims that are vexatious and doing it to harass and annoy. So I think that's more the sense of the word vexatious, rather than simply being an annoyance that you don't want to have to deal with. But I think that when correspondence comes in, decisions have to be made by staff with respect to how the correspondence is dealt with. Whether it's simply something that comes in and gets circulated to council as a heads up, informational piece, doesn't even need to go on an agenda, or is it just general correspondence that comes in, or whether it's something that perhaps has aspects of it that touch on matters that would be subject to a closed meeting, or if they are in any way defamatory or potentially defamatory of another person, then we can't publish it on the agenda. So, and our practice has been, with respect to that kind of correspondence, that it ends up on the closed agenda. So you do get to see it, and we do have a discussion about it, and we do talk about what to do with it. So it's not like I'm simply making a decision that I'm going to bury a piece of correspondence and you're not going to see it, and nobody's going to see it. That's not what happens. It's a case of whether or not it gets published on the open agenda or not. So I have to be able to make a call sometimes as to what happens to that piece of correspondence, and I do it.
Okay.
You've seen it.
Sorry,
You've
Peter, well, in that case, can we just add what the action is, that it comes to a closed meeting for council to decide?
I think that would be a good idea. Yeah. I think that would take away any questioning about what's happening to that correspondence.
Great. Can we leave that with the municipal coordinator to tweak for come back next meeting?
So when we come back, we'll accept all the other changes and just leave tracked the ones that we changed tonight. It'll be easier to read.
Yeah.
I think that's acceptable.
Okay.
Councillor Abbott, anything else? Are you good with the documents?
No, what was that one?
Good. Well, good. All right, then I think we've got the, just be quick on this one as I move the paper around. The motions are on the floor. They've been discussed. There seems to be no further discussion on both of these items. I'll call a motion. All in favors, please reply by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes, as amended.
And with amendments. Okay, thank you very much. We're moving on to public engagement and communications. And this is the recommendation of the information report titled Increasing Public Engagement and Communication to be Received. And we'll just go right into, I'm not sure whether it's the CAO or the MC that's sharing this one.
Go ahead. So basically the report just outlines what's happened up until this point. There was a draft kind of newsletter that was circulated, and based on feedback, I just thought that maybe we should step back and conduct a survey as an initial point of view. That's being worked on already, and that items that survey will touch upon is assessing whether current communications are satisfactory, if there's other ways we can improve the structure of the communications, whether the items that go out in something like the village update are being read, and what kind of items people would like to see. And that way we can have a better idea on how to move forward. with communications. We can, come up with ideas, and I suggested that be discussed in a council strategy committee meeting. And that's it.
Here we go. So the bottom line here is to go to the community for their feedback on the delivery system. Okay, councillors, any thoughts, any advice? Councillor Abbott?
Sure, I can go first. Firstly, I think this is one of those kind of issues that a simple quorum should not decide. I think we need to get a meeting together with everyone and decide how we want to proceed with this. And one of the councillors is missing tonight. In the interim, what I would like to suggest is that we go back to how we were doing things a year ago when councillors were taking turns in bringing up topics and doing some village updates. I think that would be a good step forward to get that back in action, so we can, council can be seen to be doing more communicating. So I'd like to suggest we do that in the interim while we get this meeting together. And then, question for Carla, I mean, I'm assuming this strategy committee meeting is going to happen prior to the survey, so we can have some input on the survey, and the survey is not going to be done by staff exclusively without council's input. Can we just get some clarity on that?
Well, the intent was to develop a survey based on surveys that have been done by several other municipalities prior to, but if council would like to discuss that and see it and have input on it, then yeah, that wasn't the idea, but it was more to present the outcomes of the survey. Survey shouldn't be more than 10 to 15 minutes, so I was aiming for something short and sweet. It could be part of a report to council if you'd like.
Yeah, I still think we should have all of us and together decide what the strategy is, what is it we are trying to achieve, and from that, you can get some guidance as to what should go into the survey, rather than just go to a survey that might miss the point of what council think they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, well, the survey would be to assess what we're currently doing, whether it's effective or not. It's not to come up with an entire strategy. We could follow up with a different survey based on a first survey, but it's not to go out to the community in the attempt to gather information on how to move forward with a strategy, but more whether there is satisfaction and what people are currently and how they are reading items, whether it's through website, through email. And so it's simply just to capture what's happening out there in the community at this time.
I'd still prefer to see that we have some input on the survey and that we don't go out with a survey that misses the point and we don't get an answer to a question that we should have asked in order to achieve our goals.
Councillor Abbott, you want to wait until we're, I don't mind pushing this off for another 3 weeks. I'm going to ask staff to stand down, have Councillor Cunliffe weigh in on this. In the meantime, I promote the idea, which is my idea, by the way, that the that the councillors pick topics of, well, they can write what they want to write and do it on a rotation basis. Everybody's open on that. There's lots to talk about. So I'd be strong. I would hope that everybody has the opportunity to do that. Everybody's situation with, council work and day jobs and other issues is stretching, but I think why don't we do this, that I'll table that for the next council meeting too, and ask my 4 colleagues if they can commit to a couple dates out into the future, and each of them write on a topic of their choosing for them over the next 4 months or so. Does that work for everybody else? Yeah, CAO?
Are we still on the information report by Carla, or we moved on?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
substantially, Councillor Barmare, Councillor Abbott suggested that Councillor Cunliffe not here, we're missing her voice. And there's discussion whether there should be CSC should be held with all of us there to look at the wording. The municipal coordinator is using her experience in other municipalities as a counter to do it quick and easy. Doesn't seem like a lot of middle ground here.
What I was going to say was, I guess my concern is it's kind of a chicken and egg thing. We're going to meet and council is going to discuss what the communication strategy should be in order to inform what questions should be asked on the survey, but without knowing what the information is from the general public and what their feedback is about how they want to be communicated with, how are you going to formulate a strategy for communications? So it's kind of a, which
Yeah,
one
I tend to
comes
agree with you,
first?
Peter. I feel like collecting some baseline data on what medium people respond to now is a good idea. I think Carla's suggestion is valid, and it gives us some data to work with when we meet to talk about a more substantial survey on what would work better. But we don't even know what's working now. So I think collecting some baseline data is a good place to start.
I mean, we could come back to the next meeting with a draft survey and seek feedback before it goes out, would be one idea. As trying to move it forward. Otherwise, we're just kind of going in circles.
If I've been, it may interrupt Councillor Bean. I think we need to get this hustling along here. The sunny weather is about to be here. We need to hear from our residents really quickly on a variety of issues and how they want to be communicated with. So, I mean, I can see pushing this out to the next meeting, but I think we'd want to step on the gas pedal after that.
Yeah, I'm not adverse to a special meeting earlier. It doesn't have to be a long one. Let's get some input. Let's all feel that we're asking the right questions and we're going to get the data that does help us decide what we want to do going forward. And to the point of, which has been mentioned many times here before, and Carla started to use it herself, Lionsbet sometimes likes to do things a little differently to other municipalities. So let's give us the chance for that quirkiness, please.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing is detente on this topic. Staff is asking that we receive the report, which I recommend that we do, and I'll put that in a motion. But our request is this comes back to the next council meeting with suggested draft. Councillor Cunliffe can participate, and then we will cut bait at that time. Does that fit with everybody else? Yes, Councillor Abbott, you good with that?
I would still like to suggest we get together, have a small meeting and decide where we're trying to take this, and so we make sure we get the right information in the survey.
Before the next council meeting?
Yeah, so a CSC
Yeah.
Could do it on the 16th if you wanted to.
That sounds better.
Let's do our man. Today's the 2nd plus 2 weeks. The 4th. Today's the 2nd. Fine. Councillor Barmare, are you good with that? Good. Councillor Bainey, are you good with that?
Yeah, that'll work. I'll hold my other comments until then.
Okay, thank you. All right then. So I put forward the specifically the motions received. And I guess that add one that the staff organized the CSC to for the next step. I think I've got it right. Can I have a second on that one?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favor, please advise so by saying yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And we're moving on. And show me the beef. Okay. Parking plan. I know staff have worked very hard on this. CAO, or however you're presenting this, or a combination of staff, why don't we let you go through it? It's a very consuming document. I'm not sure whether just to ask the question in advance of how you'd like us to answer. Do you want to break this in pieces? Do you want to go page by page, or individual feedback, or what's your thinking on this?
Well, why don't I just go through and touch on what I consider to be the highlights, and then and perhaps we could pause after each section and talk about what you want to do with respect to that section. But generally, I think that there's a lot of stuff in here that would do well to have community feedback on. So other than a couple of items where I'm going to ask council for some direction, possibly a decision tonight, and I'll explain why, but for most of it, I think we'll probably do well to get some feedback from the public. So without further ado, so as noted in the report, I've cited the end of season report that was compiled in November, and some of the lessons learned. A couple of the ones that stood out for me were that closing things and restricting things overly and increasing fines threefold, that didn't stop people from coming. They still came. And I think that we need to be cognizant of that, and that they're going to come again, and that would be better off to figure out how can we figure out where they can park and direct them accordingly. If we can do so by giving them some advanced communication as to how that's going to work, all the better. And so the report speaks to a number of ways in which I think we can achieve this with some ideas that are put forward, so that we get a desired result, which I've listed as being the desired result is reasonable parking solutions which are communicated, understood, and complied with to a high degree, and effectively managed and enforced to the extent that compliance isn't forthcoming. The desired result is also that the costs associated with accommodation, compliance, and enforcement are recovered through reasonable imposition of parking fees and penalties, along with drawing from the COVID-19 grant where we can. Partnering with key stakeholders is also will lead us to an improved outcome. So those are the desired results, and these are the options that we have to pursue them, I think. With respect to parking fees and the implementation dates at metered parking lots, the current metered fees are as follows: Lions Bay Beach Park, $4 an hour, Kelvin Grove, $3 an hour, and Sunset Drive, $3 an hour, to a max of times 8 hours in each case. The rates, I think, are reasonable at this point. I don't recommend changes to those rates. If you were to want to tweak anything in those meters, I think that would need to come to the next council meeting so that we can get it passed by the one following. I've suggested that we start putting the meters in all 3 locations in early April, with the potential that in July and August, if necessary, in order to help control and manage the number of people in the Lions Bay Beach Park and the Kelvin Grove Beach Park, that we might have to close those 2 parking lots. as we did last year. But I think that that's not going to be necessary for April, May, June, or September, October. So I think that we do well to put in those meters now. And there is a lead time of roughly 30 days generally to get the meters in. They might be able to get it a little faster for us, but I'm just sort of working with that as what they gave us last year. So if you have firm thoughts on that, or if you're in agreement with that perspective, it would be good to know now so that I could ask them to set up the meters so we could have them delivered in time for early April. To the extent that we lose money at Lions Bay Beach Park or Kelvin Grove Beach Park in July and August, I think we can claim from the COVID-19 restart grant for any lost revenue in that respect, if that's the reason we're closing, which it would be. So that's one aspect of things.
Might I suggest, CAO, that this one's an easy one. I'd put forward that you're in the right direction on the lot parking compensation and the getting the meters now. My recommendation, because it's a long report, this is a yes, because you need to get going now. And I'd ask, and I see my colleagues are lighting up on this one.
Yeah, I'm good with getting them in now.
Okay.
I'd like to see them in even longer, but yes.
Okay, so this is pretty specific then. So CAO, you've got your green light on the compensation and the meters. So a green light there.
Okay. So the next aspect of parking fees is an idea that was put forward originally by Councillor Barmeyer, and that is to consider implementing non-metered monetization of street parking through the use of Precise ParkLink, that's our parking partner, through their parking app. It's called Flowbird. So we already use it at all of our parking meter locations. So people can pay with a credit card, they can pay with coins, or they can pay with the app. So it's already being used. We already have the corresponding software on the bylaw enforcement officers' phones that can reads the license plate saying, yes, that person has paid until such and such a time, shows up on the phone. So that would be select areas throughout the village, and sort of, excuse me, a rough idea of that was provided through the mapping that was attached to this report. So if you look at, sorry, I just got to jump to that, see where we are here. So for example, starting with page 89 of 190, you can see what it would look like for what I've labeled Bayview Road parking zone. So this has a few things going on here. At the top, you'll see a little red squiggle on Bayview as it's curling up. There's a few spots there. On Stewart, Stewart was jam-packed full of cars all last year. Sometimes, I mean, there was a lot of construction going on last year though. So a lot of the time it was, I think, construction workers as well as people looking for a place to park to go hiking. So it's stuck in a couple of spots on Stewart near the intersection. Then down the school side of the street would be on-street pay parking. So this would be signed, and so people would know that if they want to park there, they can, but they need to pay for that parking through the Flowbird app. There's a squiggle of orange in the middle, and that represents the two spots where the school has, I think it's 4 and 6 stalls respectively. They're actually on school property. And then the orange squiggle down below by the school field is the lower school parking lot. So monetization of those stalls and the lower lot would be subject to school board concurrence. And I would think a revenue share on revenue earned from those areas could be a contribution to the school's coffers.
CAO,
Yes.
on this page, at the little red squiggle just above Stewart Road, which is at the start of the hairpin turn.
Yeah.
Are you confident there were sufficient spots there? I thought in the summer, people kind of went a little rogue on it.
No, there's room for 2, maximum 3 vehicles, and then the rest of it should be signed, no parking. Right now, there's no signage, and so people would put 2 wheels on and 2 wheels on the pavement and block traffic, and we would have to ticket based on obstruction of the roadway as opposed to a parking sign. I think we need to sign it clearly. On the right-hand side, the blue line represents resident parking only. Right now, it says no parking, but that's where all the residents park. So it's not really in line with what they do. We should have the signage reflect what people are actually doing, what we're allowing the residents to do. And near the bottom half or so of that blue line, we've had on our work plan for a bit the widening of that section of road so that residents that park there can park with 4 wheels on the dirt, and the pedestrian walkway that goes up that side of the street until you get to the crosswalk and cross over to the school side is clear for students and other pedestrians to use.
Thank you.
So
CAO, Councillor Abbott has a question for you.
Yeah, it's just more a question of how we're going to do it. So we're going to, I mean, there's lots of comments I'm sure I and others have. Are we going to do it as we go along? Kind of thought we're going to let the CO get through and then each have a chance to go back, or I just don't want to miss some discussion points if only some of us talk on some of these points and then we move on. That's the plan.
I'm sure we're going to go through this a couple times.
Okay, well, I'll keep my comments and do it all at once then.
Okay, thank you.
But I do have some comments on some of these drawings.
So
CAO, do you mind if we interrupt, or do you want
no,
to?
not at all. Not at all.
Okay. I've got my eye on the board. I know you're working here. Thank you.
It's a request for direction, right? That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, this part of it is to get your thoughts and your feedback on this.
Okay.
Talk about, you know, where the hurdles might be, whether it's a good idea or not. I think this is definitely something that we want to get community feedback on. The intent is that on all of these maps, residents can park in the red zones, which would be pay zones. They can park for free. The only place that residents can't park for free, and that goes for the lots as well, the only place that they can't is the Lions Bay Beach Park, and that's the way it's been since day one with the meters, because the intent there is to have somewhere to put the visitors, and the residents can park on the street, which is zoned for street parking only, or for residents only.
Maybe I'll just interrupt on that point, Peter, because I think it's probably the way we need to do this further back and forward. There are several areas, and Sunset Drive is an obvious one for me, where residents currently park with permits frequently, if not in some cases all the time. And to say that they don't have to pay is fair enough, but the problem is if they leave the parking spot on a Saturday to go shopping, they're not going to be able to come back and park at home. So I think we have to look at designating at least a few in some of those areas. And the northern part of Sunset is one of them. That are resident only, not just free with a resident parking. Otherwise, you know, it's not the cost so much. They just won't get a parking spot if they came back on a Saturday, or for that matter, a lot of the week.
Neville, how does that change if it's free versus if visitors have to pay? That makes no difference.
No, I'm not talking about residents. I'm saying
Yeah, but
Not to the
I'm
visitors,
just
I'm
saying
saying
the scenario really doesn't change, right? If a resident leaves, I guess I'm just getting at the fact that these two things can happen in parallel, where we can dial in the maps and approve on each and one of these parking zones that are represented to us as a draft, simply as an idea. We obviously need to look at all these in detail, but I'm failing to see.
Sorry, Norm, the point I'm making is we have designated these areas as flow parking. I like the idea. I think that's a great idea. But we can't make them all flow parking, because if a resident leaves home, he's going to come back and have nowhere to park.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah.
So we need at least a few resident only spots in those areas as well.
Yeah, I think Councillor Abbott, this happens at the store complex where they go shopping and the hikers for the Centennial take their spots up until we put some signage. So you got a good point. Gentlemen, what I would suggest here is that we try for another consensus piece here. The concept of non-metered monetization of street parking. Are we all in favor of that? This is kind of new ground that's being paved here.
Oh, maybe I could just point out just a couple more pros and cons before you weigh in on it. We could have different rates in different areas, or we can have one price throughout the village for this kind of parking. The advantage of homogeneous is it will be a lot simpler, and I suggest that would be the route to go in the first year if we do this, and then tweak it once we've got the hang of this and can see how it works. But the other thing is it's going to be highly dependent on cellular connectivity for data processing, because notwithstanding that there's a parking app, a person's app has a credit card loaded into it. The credit card still has to be processed, so that's data processing. It's not the same thing as a cellular phone call. So just because you've got 3 bars on your phone and you can talk to somebody on your cell phone doesn't mean that if you try and process a purchase of parking while you're talking on the phone, that's going to work. So that's one of the concerns that I have, because it could be very frustrating for both the public and for the bylaw officers, who also will need to have connectivity, although their connectivity will be more in terms of simply connectivity for cellular purposes. They're just accessing the software, but they have had difficulties in the past in various areas of the village. So that's one of the key things that I'm concerned about in doing this. But we won't know until we try. I mean, I went around to all these locations and I had 3 bars on my phone at most of them, 4 at a couple, and 2 at 1 or 2. So there's that to think about as well. But sorry, now that's sort of the main gist of the concept. So if you all want to.
Thank you. I'll go at the top of the house here, because again, there's lots to talk about. So let's try and steer in the right direction. So I think on the issue of non-metered monetization of parking versus this is the area that you park in and don't park anywhere else. And without being specific at this point, opening many of the streets wide open. So I guess I'd ask council to opine on that one by one so we can get a view on it. So it's on 2 things. One, the non-metered monetization, and 2, opening up more streets.
If I could weigh in on this one, the monetization of our parking areas there doesn't sit well with me, and I think it doesn't sit well for the image of the village. I'm in favor of opening up more parking opportunities for visitors, but the whole idea we came into the parking issue is trying to manage the parking. It's nice to cover expenses like at the parking lot with the meters there. I think it's a good idea, but by monetizing the street parking, it's almost like saying Lions Bay is up for sale for your pleasure, and I'm not comfortable with that, and I'm not comfortable with the image that may send to visitors about Lions Bay.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bain. I'm just going right to left. Councillor Barmier.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of neighborhoods where you don't pay for parking now. It's just the way the communities are evolving. People recognize that street parking is at a premium. People have discovered Lions Bay, and it's heavily visited, especially in the summer. And we do struggle to make ends meet. And there is a revenue opportunity here, and I think exploring it is something we should consider.
Very much. Opening the streets, you're good with that too?
I don't really know what you mean by opening the streets. I see the maps that staff have presented, and I think those will need input and review, and really they need to just align with what's currently available for parking. I don't know what opening the streets means specifically. I think every one of these roads needs to be reviewed and a practical and sensible signage strategy put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, so I think it's a good idea. I just want to go back to a statement I made earlier. We didn't try stop people from coming to Lions Bay last year. Yes, we were reactive. What we were trying to do is trying to help show some leadership in enforcing COVID protocols and restrictions, which other levels of government were trying to do. So it's not about stopping people from coming here. It's about trying to manage the situation. There's only so many people we can accommodate in the village, and ultimately there's only so many people that can actually meet at trailheads. So I think this idea is a good idea, and I think it's not so much about not gouging people or whatever. It's going to be a nominal fee, I would guess. We're trying to manage it. I would like to see it go further. I would like to see, where people could go onto the website before they leave home and see, there's 60% of the parking spots are still available. Let's go now. Or 95% are all full, or maybe I should go somewhere else. So I would like to see it get to that point, and I think this is a good tool that we should advance even further. I mean, even, I don't know, a sign, using a flashing sign at the bottom of the village that says, you should have checked before you came, but we're now all full. I mean, just managing the situation. But opening streets, I'm also a little confused what we really mean by that, Ron. I think we've identified the areas that are the problem areas. And people are parking in these locations anyway. Sometimes they park in illegally. Frequently at this time of the year, they're parking illegally on corners and stuff because we don't have any enforcement in place where they shouldn't be parking just because there isn't a sign. So I think this will definitely be a tool to help us manage the situation. And it's not about being restrictive. So I'm in favor of it. I think it's a tool we should certainly advance.
Just
the
to
revenue opportunities are just a bonus as far as I'm concerned.
I was just going to clarify that I think all of the areas that have been identified here as potential monetized street parking are already areas that we allow visitors to park. So I haven't actually opened up any additional areas. And obviously there may be a little bit of tweaking to do, but feedback to be received on why a certain stretch might be inappropriate or something like that, as Councillor Abbott did to begin with. So yeah, I would just clarify in that respect.
CAO, do you have a price tag in mind, whether this is by the hour, by the day, the half day for the, let's call it this transient pricing?
Well, I was thinking something less than the metered lot. For example, if they're hikers looking for a place to park, you pay the premium to park close to the trailhead. You pay less to park further away. So, maybe it's $2 an hour instead of $3 an hour, something like that.
All right. So so it's feels nominal-ish kind of thing. Okay, so two things. is this something that, just because I am going to be writing to the community on Friday, is this something that I should highlight to get a really feel for this from the community?
Yeah.
And
I think,
because right now council's kind of going blind because there's no data. And if it's, I mean, what's the perfect line say party? One says yes, one says no, one says maybe. So, you know, I think that, you know, we'll refer folks to the parking plan or excerpt pieces of it. But I think we need some hard questions asked. And if you want parking here, yes. If you want no, and that kind of stuff. And we'll get some real feedback real fast.
yeah, I think that definitely a focused invitation to have the community respond to read this report and to respond with their thoughts on everything, the concepts, specific areas. People are going to be, you know, they're going to zero in on their own neighborhood right away and see, you know, what does this propose and how would that affect them, or does it, you know, is it really any change, is it the same, more or less? You know, visitors can still park there just as they did at the end of last summer, except now it's going to cost them $2 an hour. But was certainly, I think it's good to get all that kind of feedback, because I think we'll hear a lot of information.
Okay, so all right, so I think that so I think I've got the thread of council. It's non-metered monetized parking is possible, but let's let the community tell us a little bit about that. You mentioned that substantially there's no additional parking spots opened up. So I said opening the streets more, maybe I was incorrect, I apologize. And so if I go to the community on behalf of all of us and kind of some clear, straightforward questions, okay, I got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
there might be, you know, to your point, and maybe I should walk it back a little bit. I think that, oh no, I'm sorry. No, yeah, the only place where I've added ability for visitors to park is just below the Sunset parking lot. But the rest of Sunset Drive is all just resident only.
Okay. Well, as you say, people are going to, if they are, they're going to focus in what they want. So let's just go with that for the time being.
Okay.
And I think your next major piece is the penalties.
Yep.
So I can steer you to that.
Okay.
Sorry, Ron, before we go further, could I just comment to some of the stuff we didn't get a chance to comment on earlier before we get to the rest of the report? The suggestion that we close the parking lots in July and August, would it not be better just to make it resident only parking? I don't think we're going to add people coming to the beach, but we'll just make it easier on residents rather than close them and put a barricade in front of them. That's one suggestion. The other one, and I've mentioned this before, I really think we should stop looking at this as a seasonal issue. It isn't. We've already had issues right throughout the winter, every sunny day. For those that live up in Sunset, or up at the top of the village near the trail, the Lions Trail. I think we need to start thinking about leaving parking meters in place and look at how we budget our bylaw officer time so that we have full-time enforcement, even if it be on an ad hoc basis, not necessarily 7 days a week, and stop thinking of this as a seasonal issue. It's not a seasonal issue anymore, and it's not going to change. So those are just comments from higher up in the meeting that we went over, and let us carry on to the next section if you like.
Peter, do you have,
get some
do you have
comment on
any
that.
feel for potential revenue? I mean, is it $100,000 a year? Is it $250,000 a year? Is it $10,000 a year?
I'm not sure. I suggested that it's probably about 100 spots. That's not actually including, I don't think that includes the lower school parking lot spots. So somewhere around 100 to 120 maybe, somewhere in there. And, you know, if you had, say, 50% occupancy every day and every spot earned 4 to 5 hours for the time that it was being used, $10, $50, $500 a day, 180 days, 150 days. What's the math? 150 times
It's not
500.
nothing.
A fair bit of dough.
Well, your
But
math is a little shy here. Because at 100 parking spots a day at $10, there's $1,000.
Yeah, but you know, you're talking 100% occupancy. I was talking 50% occupancy. I was being a little conservative.
Sorry, venture capitalist me. Okay, so you know, using my number, it's like $150,000. So there you go. Okay, so there's some opportunities there, and we just don't know. One more question, Peter. To Councillor Abbott's point and Councillor Barmier's point on the, let's call it the digital sign or the website that says, you know, there's 3 parking spots left. If we know that our capacity is X, and we know that people have gone and used the parking app for Y, does it generate what the empty spots are?
No. So we do not at this point. This proposal does not conceive of a state of affairs whereby somebody can go online and see how many parking spots are still available in Lions Bay. That would require much different kind of equipment.
Okay, thank you. All right, might I suggest that we go for you to do a mini presentation on the parking fine piece that you've got at the top of page 82.
Okay. So with respect to the fines, the penalties that we currently have right now, after we tripled them last year, is $195 for your basic standard ticket, discounted to $150 if they pay within 14 days, and $240 if they pay after 28 days. Previous amounts were $65, $50 for the discounted, and $80 for the late. Doing a quick check the other day through some of the other communities on the North Shore and Bowen Island, they seem to range between sort of $50 and $100 for your standard no parking offense. So my thought process was to come in at the high end of that. So that would be like a 50% increase over the previous amounts. So a standard no parking ticket would be $95. If you pay it early, $65, you know, which is maybe a little bit more of a discount, but having a decent discount for paying that ticket quickly without dispute more than makes up for itself at the back end, where staff is putting in time dealing with the disputes. So 95, 65, and 120 if they're late. I think that kind of a fee structure is more likely to yield, you know, to achieve compliance, because it's still painful to get a $100 ticket. And nobody wants to get one of those. If they do get it, and it's justly deserved, then, you know, if they pay it quickly, we get our money quickly. And I think that having people A, comply, and B, if they don't comply, realize that they're better off to pay than to dispute, then I think we'll be better off from a time spent perspective for staff. And at the end of the day, better overall compliance. So I'll pause there and hear your thoughts.
Couple of questions, and I'm looking at the data that was compiled. I'm presuming of the approximately 100, give or take, tickets that were canceled or voided. And I'm going to guess that that's because the parking situation was ambiguous in one way or another. It was probably deemed by the approving officer that, you know, maybe there was some doubt that the village assisted in creating, and that would go away now. That is, we've defined our territory. So that's my first question. The second one is that I know that it takes tremendous time to process the disputes and the collection letters and all that kind of stuff. I understood that it took a significant part of the municipal coordinator's time. Could you kind of quantify that was from, let's say, May till September?
Thought that a figure was in the report that was attached from November, but I don't remember what it was overall. But it wasn't just her time; it was also my time, because you know every one of those has got to come to me for sign off, and ultimately, when they're not satisfied with the answer that Carla might give them, it ends up on my desk. So that's usually where it ends up. So it's a lot of time and a lot of wasted time.
I buy in 100%. And for the CFO, when we send these off to collection, the ones that do we really see much back, or is that just sit out there in limbo forever and ever and ever?
We get some return on it, but we definitely have unpaid tickets.
It's a long shot.
Yeah.
Okay. Not everybody's listening. Okay, I get it. So quick point is that, and I think this is where Councillor Abbott was going. We did this for a reason why we did it, and it for the points that the CAO mentions. It makes us look bad. This makes us look in the right area. If there's a huge staff component on this, I'm quite fine with the recommended changes. The money generated out of parking fines, quite frankly, I hope there's none, and we get our 10 or 15 bucks on the Monetize app if that's the decision. So I would be fine with the staff recommendation. I'd seek my colleagues' advice in this. And again, looking at the board, Councillor Abbott, if you could go first.
Sure. As to the value or to the actual penalty cost, yeah, I think that's a more reasonable range. I did spot the increase in the discount, but if that makes sense and you expect that will lead to more compliance, give it a try. Are we discussing the bylaw officers and working hours and stuff now, or is that the next part? Are we doing this one subsection at a time?
Yeah, we're just.
Yes, we're still on
so
that.
I'm good with the revised numbers and the revised penalty structure.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bain.
Sorry to be a dissident, but I feel like with the parking issue, the problems we had with it this past year is that it came as a real shock because we were kind of late getting the information out, or people didn't check first. But the message is out there now, and they know what at least more people will know what our fines would be. And I think they're heavy and they're punitive. And but then I'm more relaxed on not charging for the parking space to be welcoming. But if you violate the laws, you'll pay dearly for it. I think there's got to be a separation. You're welcome to come here if you're going to abide by the laws. But if you're going to mess with our laws or ignore them, then you pay a penalty. And just as a comparison for the fees, I just looked up in what was it called, the BC Regulations Offence Act. And of course, it didn't have parking things, but there's one: use of an electronic device while driving. The fine is $320. If you pay the fine, say equal to or less than 30 days, it goes down to $295. Now that's a pretty heavy hit, and I think it's there because they're really trying to stamp out dangerous use of a cell phone in a car while you're driving. Well, the point I make from it is, if you're really serious about stopping perpetrators, hit it hard and deal with it. But if we're going to be lower than we had been last year, people are going to be even more confused, and I don't know if they'll respect the community any more or less. But I think we need a certain amount of consistency and not be like a yo-yo with our parking fines.
Thank you very much. Councillor Abbott and then Councillor Burmeier.
Yeah, Ron, Fred raises a good point. So when we did this last year, we realized we couldn't just increase one fine. So we decided to, I think we first discussed doubling and then ended up with tripling fines across the board, because there are harsher fines for more dangerous circumstances. I think this fine is the one that's you paid but the meter ran out, or you paid for 2 hours and sat there for 4. So therefore you haven't paid for the parking spot. But there are other fines, and obviously we haven't got them in front of us, where you parked in a dangerous circumstance or on top of a fire hydrant, which are more punitive. Right? On that point, I do agree with what Councillor Bain's saying. So we probably have to look at it as the ratio kind of discussion again, because there's a whole gambit of different kinds of fines, right?
And that's why I said 50% increase over previous amounts.
Okay, so you would revisit all of them at 50% over the previous amount. Okay.
Roughly speaking, as just sort of a general principle.
Right. But I do agree with Councillor Bain. We do want to force compliance as well. That's one of the big things. That's what drives the safety.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barmare, your thoughts on, again, that's the top page 82 on the suggested pricing.
I struggle with this a little bit. I agree with Councillor Bain, and I wanted to use a sort of David and Goliath analogy, in that we're a very small community that becomes incredibly oversubscribed in the summer. And we needed to send a pretty hard message. And I don't know if that's, I don't know if we're doing ourselves any favor by reducing that again. It feels a bit reactive to me right now. But that's really all I have to say about it.
Thank you very much.
I guess, sorry, can I just add a thought?
Yep.
I was going to say that I understand the sentiment and the objective, but the fact of the matter is that it did not achieve its goal. So having fines that were as high as we had them did not result in people obeying the law. And just because they came last year doesn't mean that the same people are going to come this year and remember that, oh yeah, we've got really, really high fines. So communicating that is difficult. We will try. It just as we're going to try much harder in many different ways to communicate where people can park when they do come. But I think that assuming that a high penalty is going to achieve the goal, I think is not necessarily a valid argument.
Well, if I could respond to that, I think we've got a year under our belt and everything, and I think the message is probably getting out, and we'll probably find we'll have more compliance than we did last. But to my colleague's point of the hazardous zones, like Neville mentioned, if they're parking by a hydrant or in a cul-de-sac or blocking someone's driveway, I think that should be the high level, and maybe we should consider a second tier if we want to show leniency of somebody who just missed say an hour over their time or something. You know, we can be a little more flexible. I don't think we need to be arbitrary so much, but I really gotta say I don't like flip-flopping on it once we make a decision. If we can be more consistent, I think the message will be stronger, and sooner or later it'll get out.
Councillor Abbott, I think I'd make your point and thank you for that, but I think we're going to move on in a minute.
Okay, just lowering my hand. The more Councillor Bain talks, the more I'm starting to agree with him, but I had one other thought. Does this Flowbird or the other technology we're getting for the bylaw enforcement officers allow us now to identify repeat offenders? Because I remember one of the bylaw officers last year referring to certain cars to me, and I bumped into him in the street as frequent flyers was the term he used. So there are people that just completely ignore our rules, and if we can identify those repeat offenders, and you know that escalates to you're going to get towed if you keep doing it or something like that, I think that would be more effective. But last year when I suggested this, we had no means to verify if someone had done it more than once. Even though the bylaw officer recognized the vehicle, he didn't have the means to actually enforce repeat offense. Will this change, Peter, with the new toys?
That'll be covered in section 4 of my report.
I did read the whole report, but I must have missed that part.
All
No,
right.
I didn't actually. It's not written in there, but it is.
Okay.
It is
No
an
wonder I
aspect.
missed it.
It is an aspect of at least one of the systems that Public Works Manager and myself looked at had the ability to, with the automated ticketing, to track. That was a function of the system to track previous offenders and flag if they're a repeat offender. So.
All right. Thank you, CAO. So to recap, I think that the more Councillor Bain talks, the more the room changes. So I don't think there's any strong signal here. This is going to be one of the things that I will put to the community and see what they have to think, and we'll have more data when we convene. So I think on this one, I don't think there's consensus here, and Councillor Cunliffe hasn't weighed in. So I'll ask you to move on.
Okay. So the third topic is increase the number of hours dedicated to bylaw enforcement from April through September, with 2 temporary full-time bylaw enforcement officers, each working 35 hours a week. So we'd have long days on Friday, Saturdays, and Sundays, and statutory holidays, with a morning shift and an afternoon, evening shift. And then on Mondays and Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Thursdays, there would be at least 1 officer on for a full 7 hours. Then we probably would have a third, should probably have a third bylaw officer as a floater for those times when one of the other 2 can't make it in for whatever reason, and or if additional time is required in order to cover off situations or anticipated high flows due to weather, or visitation due to weather. So the important thing to note about this aspect is that time spent on this aspect in excess over the pre-pandemic labor model is certainly recoverable under the COVID-19 grant. And it would be great if we could get clear direction from council at this point in time in order to begin the hiring process or the rehiring process.
Thank you very much. I'll go first. I'm a hard yes on this. I know how hard it is to get qualified people and the right people. So the sooner you start, the better. We had some exceptional people last year. I hope you can recruit similarly. I'm thinking here that this particular aspect of your paper isn't going to go away, and we're going to hear about this as you review it in late May or June. Things get significantly worse, I don't know, but I think it's a good start. And I'm a yes on this one. And I'll go to Councillor Bain next.
Sorry, I lost my mute button. Yeah, I'm a strong yes as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barmeyer.
A quick question, Peter. So would they be able to address issues that came in, for example, raised by the Zordigan family about, let's say, indecent exposure in the parking lot? Is that something that bylaw officers can address or support?
Yeah, and they did on a regular basis.
Okay.
But sometimes, you know, they would take a call and have to explain that they were in the middle of dealing with 10 or 15 other calls, and they wouldn't get there for another hour or whatever the case may be.
Okay.
Sometimes that's just the way it is.
Okay. So Councillor Barmeyer, you're a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Abbott.
I'm a yes for starting as soon as we can. I would like to see us consider extending it, and as I said before, maybe even it's just ad hoc throughout the rest of the year. And I agree with Councillor Barmeyer that it's not strictly just parking, and that's not the only thing they do. So the rest of the bylaw enforcement will also be improved. So I'm good at starting as soon as possible, but I'd like us to consider expanding it even further.
All right. So let's say this about that. CAO, you have a strong yes across the board, with somewhere along the flavor of what Councillor Abbott just said, that some form of review comes back to us, that what's working, what's not, and extension for longer.
Okay, moving on to number 4 is improve the efficiency of both ticket writing and data input via a handheld automated ticketing system with Bluetooth printer and a back-end module for a financial software system. So we're in the process of doing the back-end module for the software system regardless, because it makes sense from a process perspective. The Public Works Manager and I have looked at looking at automated handheld systems, and have looked at one quite extensively that would mesh quite nicely with what we've already got. And to the question with respect to repeat offenders, we could cover that off as one of the features of that kind of a system. Don't know if they're all have that feature, but probably. I think that not only would it help make the ticket writing efficient, it makes for ease of data upload. It just uploads directly to the financial module. It cuts way down on the data input by Carla, and as well as other efficiencies. I think that it's definitely worth trying this year regardless, and to see how this works, and then based on our experience for this year, determine whether or not we wanted to continue with that kind of a system. The cost isn't cheap. Just sort of a ballpark number might be in the neighborhood of $500 a month for a couple of stations, more or less. You can cut back to one for the 6 months of the year through the winter, but you still need to have one for sure. And so, yeah, it's not inexpensive, but I think it may prove to be worth the cost. And I think it's a worthwhile investment to make at this point in time, and is something that can be covered by the COVID grant.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is a hard yes. Let's do it the reverse. If anybody disagrees, please put your hand up or speak.
I don't disagree, but I just do have a further question. Peter, when it says expense of setup and then implementation monthly fees are covered by COVID-19, so is there a hardware component that we can purchase with the COVID-19 grant money, or is it everything rented?
No, it's a rented system. I'm not so sure about the maze module. Maybe Pam can comment on that part of it. I don't know if there's a monthly fee associated with that, and it ties into the rest of our licensing fees. Pam, is there?
Yes, and the purchase of the module would be covered under the COVID grant. They say no capital, but there are some exceptions. And I have clarified, the cost of that system was $4,500, so that would be covered. And then there will be a monthly charge, just as part of our overall maze, which is our accounting software. It will go up a little bit every month, and that portion would be covered under the 1 or 2 years of the COVID grant. But after that, it would be a cost we would absorb. But the time savings in terms of not having to do a manual Excel spreadsheet would more than compensate for that ongoing cost. As well as the statistics that we could run, and it interface with the collection, so it will produce collection letters. So yes, to answer your question, I have confirmed we can cover it by the COVID grant, but that would be something once we get it, I would see us continuing with it. So after the COVID money is run out, there would be a small increase, the increase in our monthly fee, about $100 a month, that would continue. We would have to pay that.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Bain? Technology seems like a win. Councillor Barmere?
Yeah, I guess I would just assume that it's going to reduce some workload. I mean, that's the goal behind technology like that it actually cuts down on labor hours. Is that sort of the argument for going down that route? Yeah, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, as well,
massively.
I think the increased data will also help us make better decisions with more data.
All right, CIO DeJohn, you've got your green lights on that item.
Next item is improve signage in key locations, revamp parking information on the village website, utilize social media channels to communicate with people before they come as to where they can and can't park, and the rules associated with each area. So there are there's some of the areas that I've looked at, we've looked at tonight. For example, the Bayview parking zone, and there's some reworking to do. There's a lot of signage to take down and replace as part of that project to get things going in a consistent direction, regardless of whether we monetize or not. The implementation of directional parking signage. So more of the, when you come into town at any of the highway interchanges, parking signage that says, parking this way, and they can follow it, parking this way, parking that way. As well, it'll show up if they've got the Flowbird app that shows up on a map, like a Google map, and tells you exactly where those areas are that you can park. So that will help immensely if people have downloaded that ahead of time. Presenting parking information in a clearer manner on the website and driving traffic to the website so that people understand where they can park and what the rules are, and how to do it most efficiently, I think will help us immensely. So there will be some additional signage costs. And because it's being implemented to deal with more visitation, and the more visitation arguably as a result of the pandemic, we have reasonable argument to draw from the COVID-19 grant for the additional signage.
Thank you very much. Councillor Barmer.
Yeah, I just wanted to just pull on that string a bit more, Peter, in that with the anticipation of more traffic, and I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we've talked about signage that relates to sharing the roadway with children, pets, people in general, because we don't have sidewalks. I think it would be really important to just not lose sight of that, so that we let visitors know that you're sharing the roads here and that you're meant to temper your speeds. You're meant to be aware that children play on our roads, that pets jet out from their homes, and that people generally walk on our roads as a form of recreation and exercise. So I don't know how we do that, but I do think there's a real need for it. And the campaign that NIE started this summer with the speed registering sign, that gave you a happy face or a frown face, that actually was very positive, and I think we could do more of that. So I just don't want to lose sight of that piece.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barmer. Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. Talking about cost of signs, but the cost of this work that we're going to do on Bayview, at the bottom of the school area, how is that covered? Is that a stretch to make that a COVID cost? And is that coming out of the workshop budget, or is there going to be another budget item that we need to approve for that?
I think that was just part of Public Works operational budget. That was
So it's
intended
planned
to,
and it's not taken away from any other functions. Was it always planned?
it was intended to have been done last year, but just didn't get done for all the reasons, because Public Works was pulled in a lot of different directions.
Okay, so there's no cost impact for us. Okay. Another thing crossed my mind that I maybe should have mentioned it earlier. Does this new toy that we've got, that I assume reads number plates and that's how it works, doesn't it allow for us to do away with resident parking? Could we register resident plates so that we don't have to worry about all these parking permits we issue? And I can assure you there's been significant abuse of those temporary permits in the last year or so. And I think if we can get away from that, another way to issue temporary permits by registering plate numbers or something could probably improve things.
That's something we could look into.
Otherwise, I'm in favor of the advancements we're talking about.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. I think it's fair to say, editorialize, that this is also a hard, more signage, different messages. I mean, we're seeing one in correspondence tonight about speeders. I agree with Councillor Barmer, Public Works Manager, smiley face, sad face. If we need more, we should get more. Digital readouts. I think staff's got a pretty open door on this one, just to get as much information out there as possible.
If I could just make a comment, I agree with all that's been said, but I just want to emphasize the Bayview Road East Side improvement plan. That's bothered me for years, seeing the cars parking, taking up at least half of the sidewalk that is there for the school kids going up and down. In many cases, there is no space there and the kids are walking out into the traffic. And I hope you guys find the resources to be able to widen that in the near future. And it'd be great if we could get that solved before somebody gets hurt.
Thank you. All right, CEO DeJong, if you could move the next item.
Okay, number 6 is partner with key stakeholders. So this includes Precise Park Link, our pay parking service provider, School District 45, Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure, RCMP, CM Police, hiking clubs, recreational portals, and news media. So starting with the Precise Park Link partnership, they have put forward an idea for our consideration, for your consideration. The advertising of where you can park in Lions Bay via in-car parking navigation systems. So their system provider, on any vehicle that has the capability to show in-car navigation, where you can park, and all those kind of maps that show up on your dash, would be able to see that if we pay $40 a month, I might be able to get them down a little bit, but let's just say it's $40 a month. That's their advertised rate. And that's $40 a month for each area, each parking area that you're wanting to advertise. So they're used to dealing with parking lots, and whether or not we could utilize this to deal with parking areas that comprise, in many cases, not just lots, but streets, or just solely streets that we're looking to monetize. And if we've got eight different parking zones, as per the report, then that would be $320 a month. So it's a high cost, but it is something that can, whether they look at it on their car, or they can also, if they're using Google Maps, it'll come up on their Google Maps as well, and direct them to show them that there are, you can park on this section of Bayview Road, or you can park on this section of Mountain Drive. And it should be able to tell you as well what the rate is to park, if there is a rate. And so it's another way in which we can ensure that people coming to Lions Bay not only know where to park from the signage that we erect, but they will know from their devices, both handheld and in car, where they should go in order to park without, in compliance with our rules. So the pros are that I think we could fund this from the COVID-19 grant. The cons, I'm not sure that it's going to be available in all vehicles. There'll be lots of vehicles that won't have that feature. And whether people use their phones to look for parking or not, not sure. Some will, some won't. Biggest concern that I would have is this something that's simply just going to attract more people than might otherwise decide to come and walk around Lions Bay and go for a hike. So we certainly don't want to unintentionally have, unintended consequences. And that popped up as a concern that I had about this being one of those unintended consequences. But on the other hand, it could be something that works like a charm in terms of directing people efficiently to places that they can park, as opposed to them wandering around looking for places that they really shouldn't be parking in. So that's one idea, and throw it out there for discussion. Maybe if you want to weigh in on that before we move on.
I wish you well in a lot of these things. I don't. You're going to be working 20 hours a day to get all this stuff out here. I think you're gonna have to pick what you think is sure to work and maybe something that's just gonna fall off. What I'm saying is I think staff's gonna get overloaded with all the stuff that we've read here. This may be a nice to have and maybe less effective.
Yeah, maybe down the road.
I mean,
I think this might be a step too far. Well, having said that, I haven't bought a new car in years, so I don't know, but
okay.
I'm surprised that there's that many users.
Yeah.
And it's of all the things you've suggested, it's probably the biggest, monthly incremental cost. You know, $320 a month. We have 8 spots.
Yeah, I'm kind of I'm not sold on it. That's for sure.
Councillors, Baines and Barmera.
Not as enthusiastic as some of the other ideas. How's that?
Thank you, Councillor Barmera.
Yeah, I think baby steps.
Okay, thanks very much. CEO, let's keep going. We're on a roll here.
So in terms of working with our partners and stakeholders, we need to obviously confirm parking arrangements with School District 45 and Ministry of Transportation in areas that are under their authority. So Public Works Manager Jaffer and myself are having a meeting tomorrow with Ministry of Transportation with respect to a few different things, this being one of them. So we will talk about, one of the things we'll talk about is the Brunswick Exchange or Interchange parking area. That's on the table, and we'll continue to work with CN Police to discourage people from trespassing on the CN tracks and on their lands with respect to the cliff jumping site. And they've undertaken a few initiatives on their own and are keeping us in the loop. And we'll look forward to working further with them. Work with the RCMP once again to coordinate patrols during high traffic periods to the extent that their resources permit. They're stretched pretty thin. But it'll be good to know when things are happening up and down the corridor. I've got here, work with hiking clubs through their websites and with other recreational portals to drive traffic to the village website parking information. There's quite a few hiking websites out there and blogs and other recreation type online information. And the idea would be to try to get them to include references to our our parking page on our website, so that if people are coming to Lions Bay to go for a hike, pardon me, that they get the information that they need before they come in order to know where they can park and how it works. And just waiting to hear back from one of them with respect to that idea. And then news media opportunities when they happen to present themselves, and making sure that we portray ourselves as a friendly community that is trying to manage a difficult situation and trying to assist people to park where they can, and making efforts to ensure that they have opportunities to come and enjoy the recreational trails and beaches that we do have, and to ensure that everybody can do so in a way that works for the residents and the visitors. So that's about it in terms of that section, more informational than anything.
Thank you very much. I think this is all good work, all good people work, all relationship work, all good stuff. Keep going on it. If my counselors don't have anything further on this section, I'm going to presume you'll have a little open forum here for stuff that's, I'll go to Councillor Abbott in just a second. A little open forum on the questions that we may have over a variety of issues. So thank you very much for this section, Peter, number 6. Councillor Abbott, any questions?
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, on the MOTI in School District 45, I assume there's going to be a sharing of revenue with them. I think they got mentioned somewhere else. I went past the MOTI spot on the weekend, and it's a muddy mess at this time of the year. So if you are charging people to park there and it starts to get used regularly, someone's gonna have to do something about a better gravel or something.
Sorry, if I can interject for one moment. I don't expect that we'll succeed in any way, shape, or form in terms of charging for parking at the Brunswick interchange. They have said numerous times, and I expect to be told again tomorrow, that they cannot allow for parking fees to be charged. I don't think they even want to formalize that area as parking. They kind of more or less take the attitude that they'll allow it to take place, but they don't want to turn it into, they don't want to pretty it up, and they don't want to enter into any kind of, they don't have the administrative capacity or capability to allow for charging for parking on their lands, is what I've been told in the past.
But they can go tow people away.
Yeah.
They're good at that. Anything else in this section, Councillor Abbott?
Yeah, the sort of communication part, the wider communication part, there's lots of things going on there. We'd have to, I mean, the website needs a bit of work, obviously, to achieve that. There's already hikers getting information through the Lions Bay Neighbours Facebook page. So yeah, we need to be careful on that message. Once again, we're trying to manage and control the situation, not make it worse. We're not trying to look for more people. We're trying to manage a situation.
There you go. Councillor Bain.
Small point. I'd just like to remind everybody that our primary key stakeholders are the residents. And so if we can always keep them in mind when we're looking for input, that would be great.
Yeah, it's a good point. I'd written down here in the next section, which says communication. Is this a have your say opportunity? I think there's enough residents that have a stake in this that it probably should be. I do agree we need to talk to some locals in specific areas, but I think we should get a village-wide communication of some sort going on.
Okay, Councillor Barmer.
I just think understanding the revenue potential and what it could offset in terms of operating costs would be a good piece of context for why we're considering this.
Okay. Okay, I think that concludes the 6 main pieces that CAO DeJohn has talked about. I'm presuming that staff would be welcome some sundry questions on parking related stuff. And if you don't, my colleagues don't mind, I'll go first. Some of it may have been covered in here, but my guidance, and this is back to this, is that stick with what was winning. And I think that an easy one is the digital speeding markers. I think we've got a couple. If we can get a couple more, even better. I think where we left it, Public Works Manager, was that we were not going to do any speed abatement type things. It's just doesn't produce the results that we're looking for, but the digital readouts appear to be doing something. should the Lions Bay connector go forward, it would deal with some of the walking issues on Lions Bay Avenue. So we'll just leave that for the time being. I think sticking to the three main areas that are the pinch points, I'm on Upper Ocean View Road, where we seem to have the nicest hikers and folks, never any garbage, never anything, no car, not a lot of, quite frankly, they seem to be happy to walk a mile and a half and then go hiking. So the other three areas, not so much. And my recollection in writing back and getting phone calls from residents, and I'm going to go through the three areas, is in the Lions Trail area from Sunset to the Gate. There was continual issues about a request for increased washroom facilities. Washroom facility up the pass, so the magic rod wasn't used. The prospect for bear cans, the prospect for weekend crew cleanup doing stuff, and perhaps some signage. I didn't see any of this in the staff report. It's not exactly 4 tires concentric, but it's very population and visitor concentric. So I'll leave that, and I'll come back, I'll leave that with you guys. The next one, I think, is Kelvin Grove, or sorry, I believe Kelvin Grove to last, is Brunswick. The Brunswickers did very extensive, very generously by one of the community members, very extensive wayfaring plan and suggestions to help them out with their road congestion and their visitors. And none of this is addressed in this report. And lastly, on the KG, I would welcome Councillor Cunliffe for her viewpoint and her thoughts to her community. While the cliff jumping site has been eradicated, I'll confirm that since I'm going to look at it tomorrow with the new officer in charge for the CN police. So there's a bunch of balls in the air there. I see from the parking plan that's presented in front of us that there's a big swatch for transient parking. I can say that CN is looking at many things that are covered here in terms of media releases and hiking clubs and different social clubs to detract people from coming. I think that's great. Said it's probably not going to happen right off the bat until whatever plan they have comes to fruition. So I still see KG as kind of a work in progress on that, but I'm just going to leave it until I deal with the CN folks a bit more. So those are my thoughts. Those are my concerns to these areas. And again, I say these are not areas that involve 4 tires, but ultimately they do involve 4 tires. And staff can address this at the next council meeting. Colleagues, any other comments, questions, concerns, thoughts for staff? And then we'll move on. Oh, CAO, yep.
When you talk about digital speed readers, my recollection is that those things cost about $6,000. Last time we had a grant from ICBC for half of it, so we paid $3,000. So it's not presently in our budget, and I guess council should weigh in if they want it to be.
I have.
Asking, I guess, if everybody feels the same, or whether we should be making that accommodation, or
we've got a group of kids playing sort of mid-span on the higher part of Ocean View all summer. And the sign is just one way to remind people that, you got to slow down. There's vulnerable residents and kids don't pay attention. So to me, it's a no-brainer.
Well, Councillor Barmer, it's kids, dogs, and people that just aren't paying attention, and others. It's also, on this piece, it's a tremendous visual image for the villagers that we are doing something. I mean, there's people that don't live here that speed. I mean, I speed on my way to the marina until I see that sign and I say, holy smoke, down I go. So they're incredibly effective. For what they are, they're very expensive. I'll give you that. But if council's going to take heat on budget expenditures, this is one that I think we should do. But I mean, I'll leave this to the bigger budget bun fight. Not today, CFO.
We might be able to finagle that under the COVID grant.
Yeah, I think
my question.
well, that's where I'm going too. I mean, it's this influx of folks and stuff like that. I mean, it's quasi CapEx, yeah, but there's a reason for it. So I'll leave that with you guys to think about. I'm not looking for an answer on any of this now, but you guys take notes. I think there's a lot of good work done here, and the community is going to weigh in, but ultimately it's going to come down to why didn't I get an extra bear can? How come there's people speeding by and stuff like that? Anyhow, I've spoken too much. Councillors, why don't we weigh in here and conclude this piece before we move to the next section? So I'm going from right to left. Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, so on the speeding, aggressive driving thing, it's a problem everywhere in the village, but obviously it's compounded in the high parking traffic areas. So yeah, it's obviously not just Ocean View. We have lots of kids playing on the streets up on this side of the village as well. So I think we should look at that. And yeah, it sounds like to me it could be a COVID thing, in which case probably a good time to take advantage of it. That's what that money was for. So we should spend it responsibly and what it was intended for.
Anything else, Councillor Abbott? Let me come back here.
We'll go on to someone else. I'll just check back on the notes.
All right, I'll check before I go. Councillor Barnier, last thoughts before we go?
Yeah, no, I think I've said my piece. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bain?
Nothing much further. Just back into your speed camera thing. The more I think about it, the more I think it's a good idea to move it around periodically. I think we only have one though, don't we? Or
only one.
So if we had sort of a rotational basis or anything, it would be kind of handy. I think it's a true point that when people see it, they do try to comply, where they don't bother or may not bother other times. I mean, I wouldn't want something so disruptive as like train bars coming down at every stop sign, so we get people to stop at the blooming stop signs. But this one sounds passive enough that I think it'll work.
There you go. Thank you very much. Councillor Abbott, close the horn.
No, I think I'm good. I think we covered it all. So what's the idea on another electronic speeding sign? Is it coming back to the budget, or?
I think that there's a desire. The CFO is going to have to come up with a number, and may I suggest it's 2 more digital signs. Thank you. So I think that'll come back to budget. It doesn't have to come tonight because we're going to get one more kick on the master plan. And if there's any of the other stuff for bear cans and things like that I've mentioned, they can build that in. So if there's nothing else, then I'm not even sure if I did this, which I think that's what your cheat sheeting. Notice it's in your email. What does that mean? Just a second.
Just a motion on the direction you
Oh
provided.
yes, I had that covered. I got it. So I think we started on this path, but I did. The recommendation is that council provide direction to staff with respect to the issues outlined in this report, which we have. So I would recommend and ask that staff take back our thoughts and advice and present this to us at our next meeting for further discussion. All those in favor, please confirm by saying yes. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and thank you, staff, for a comprehensive report. And next up is, like, if you didn't love parking, you gotta love what is substantially the CapEx budget. And just to give CFO Rook a minute of warm up on this, the substantive part of this is the capital expenditures piece. The preliminary consolidated operating budget has already been thrashed out at a previous meeting. So CFO, as best my knowledge, that has changed.
Just minor tweaks.
Minor tweaks, so not to be relevant to the conversation. So our focus is on the items that start on page 100. CFO, you're asking that the information be received for information purposes.
That's correct. So continuing on what the mayor said, I do have a list of proposed capital items. We have a separate schedule of items for the infrastructure master plan, but those items are included in this summary. So I'll put it out to council in terms of how they'd like to discuss this. I could go through line by line, but I'm wondering, you've had an opportunity to look at it, if we should just open it up to questions, if there was a preference.
I'm fine with going right to questions. I think everybody's kind of got the thread of it, seen the big number. I think with our council colleagues, if there's no embarrassment on any questions. If you don't understand, don't just say nothing, ask. But I think the quick skinny, if I may to start with, is that the requests are more or less $1,060,000, and the CFO's presented a little over $135,000 in cash. That's obvious where it's going to come funded from. So without asking it a question, it's going to come from reserves, borrowing, or grants. Would that be correct, CFO?
That's correct. And I think that would be the discussion we'll have at the March 23rd meeting, is just about the tax rate, potential tax rate, and the draw from reserves. But at that point, I will also have the 5-year plan, because I think it's going to be very important to look at the projects for the infrastructure master plan over the next 5 years and flow them through a 5-year plan and see the impact it has on reserves. Because I think our decisions now about taxation and draws from reserves have to be made more over the long term rather than on an individual year by year basis.
Thank you very much. And I guess through you and you representing staff, do you see this as a bun fight session where the council are being asked to say yes or no to any of these projects that you've made, or are you going to leave room for that for us when we see your funding source?
I think it could go both ways. I mean, I think I'd like to open it up to discussion, ask questions, find the council's sort of opinion on some of these things. But yes, I think, and then you'll have time to mull it over, and then we can, finalize it at the March 23rd meeting.
Okay, so then to quickly editorialize, here's the master wish list, and here's what some of the financing opportunities for it are. Here's some of the works in progress, which is the grants pending. And in some cases, there's kind of plan A and plan B, using the beach park as an example, where plan A is if we win it, and it looks like this. Plan B, if we go our own way, that's the number that we've used as a place mark. So I'm fine with pushing it off to the next meeting myself, but I'll come back and I'll speak last. I wasn't really proposing to debate each and every piece on this one. If somebody needs a new this or that, turnout gear or fire piece or cutters and struts, I'm not going to argue about that. Some of the major items, council, I think we should have all of our members here to sort that out. So I'll open it up to my colleagues on this one. Councillor Barmeyer, would you like to start? Or are you fine with things as they are and address this at the next meeting?
Yeah, I think it's worth waiting for Councillor Cunliffe so that we can have a thorough discussion with all of council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bain?
I generally agree with that. I did have some notes I wanted to ask questions about, or different ideas, but I can hold off on that.
Actually, sorry if I could interrupt. My intent was to have those questions for this session.
Please ask.
What I was saying is not finalize anything, but this is the opportunity to ask all your questions so you truly understand what the ask is. And in addition, so I should have added this, if there's anything that you need additional information on, we could bring it back to the next meeting if we're not able to answer the questions now. So I was looking for conversation and discussion around these items so that you can have all your questions answered, have time to think about it for the next meeting when you will be asked to make a decision.
Okay. Well, my question that's in my forefront of my mind right now is more of approach. And if I can use the Lions Bay Beach Park revitalization project as an example, I'm not looking at the big number at the top, or else I might faint. The Lions Bay Beach Park washroom, for an example, I think it's a really high number if we don't get grant funding, like $325,000. And I think, well, let me put it this way. We got our assessment in our home, which was built in basically 1978 to 79. Our house is worth $120,000 now, according to the assessment. And we're going to build a washroom for $325,000. You know, you could jack up and put our house there if it would be cheaper. But I'm kind of wondering about our approach to these things. Where is it grant funding, or is it we bear the whole burden, or how about the village supply materials and we see if a contractor would be willing to build the structure with the goodwill benefit of having their name on it as a finished product, no other cost to the village. I don't have any contractor in mind, but I'm trying to take a different approach to these things rather than thinking, good grief, we need to do so many things to keep our infrastructure going, and we just don't have the tax base and resource to do it, and our residents are taxed really high. So I'm sort of thinking, I really like the idea of sort of a barn raising initiative with volunteers throughout the community, and if we could get our mind around that, could we apply it to a number of different areas, using this one as an example?
Councillor Bain, hold further questions. I'd like to go to the CFO, and then I also have a comment on this specific one.
So yes, I take your point. And then in terms of the washroom, the reason I was showing it this way is my main objective was to show we have the grant outstanding. We're hoping to hear in July because it is taking at least a year to make the grant decisions. So under that scenario, if we were to get the grant, we would do everything. And there'd be a $225,000 draw from reserves. So the reason I showed it this way, if we don't get the grant, we still are committed to replacing the washroom. In a way, the 325 was a placeholder because it will be funded from a draw from reserves. So it's not like it will have any impact on taxation this year. So that was, some of the estimates we had got. But what I would suggest would happen is when we find out we're not successful with the grant, then we go to phase 2, which is address possible scenarios for the washroom. We've already taxed for the kayak rack, so the kayak rack would take place, and we fundraised for the playground. So we would have to look, if it went into what I would call the phase 2, we would look at all those different scenarios. Like, for example, the playground, although $40,000 is a lot of money, it may not be enough for the playground. So then we would get into discussions of, well, do we draw a bit of money from reserves to do that playground, like say the kayak rack, and then we would get into discussions about the washroom. But I wanted to lay it out this way to show that there are 2 phases for this. There's the grant, but we wouldn't apply for the grant again. If we're unsuccessful a second time, then we move on, and we've identified the washroom, the kayak rack, and the playground is what we would continue to pursue, and how they would look like would probably be a conversation at that time.
Thank you very much, CFO. And I think Councillor Bain on this one, this is fish or cut bait on this washroom, or the whole park actually. And I think our commitment to the community is that they're going to get the goods delivered. I've gone out publicly to them that we're going to certainly do the 2 pieces that we've already taxed for. Councillor Abbott is keen to go, once I give him the direction, to go out within our community and find alternatives to use this as a much thriftier number. Staff has told us they don't believe it can be done. Well, we'll find out. We're not competing with staff, but if residents want to come forward, offer their services or an expertise, or let's not go to naming washrooms just yet, But I think there's an opportunity here, and the time is just a little bit premature to do that just yet. I'm thinking in another 45 days or so is when I'd probably be tapping Councillor Abbott to go form his unofficial group to see what might be done. And, you know, we've had a resident come forward as recently as within the last month saying they could have done it for much less based on just doing a refurb. Well, I think staff tells us it can't be done as a direct refurb, paint and concrete fix up. So I'm going to leave this from a budget perspective. I like where the CFO is going, but she's using the big number, but it would not be what I would like to see spent. And I don't think I could go to the community myself and say we just dropped $250,000 on a washroom. The number's just wrong. And so if you take comfort with that, I'm fine with it being used as a place mark, but I really don't see that dough being spent. So I'm going to go to Councillor Abbott. Thank you. And then I'll come back to Councillor Bain. Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, can I just comment? I agree with Councillor Bain, and we did discuss, you know, how we could do it differently, as well as, you know, using residents that have the, you know, qualifications, skills to do this. I think we should just take the number of 225 that we would have spent on a grant and leave it at 225 and challenge ourselves to get it done for that, and not add another 99,000 from reserves in the budget. So I agree with Councillor Bain. Let's make that the cap, and then we go challenge ourselves to get it done.
All right, Councillor Abbott, if you think that's a victory, I'm there, because I still think that's expensive. So yes, I'm fine with that change, just odd and above. So Councillor Bain, back to you. This was your idea.
No, fine. I like what I hear.
You said you had some other thoughts. Do you want me to come back?
No, my screen showed the hands as being clapping, not holding a hand up.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Barmeyer, any questions on this?
Yeah, no, I second Councillor Bain and Councillor Abbott's ideas around being able to utilize, you know, in-town muscle and motivation to do some of this work and cut the prices down. I think this is a, you know.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess just before I go to Councillor Abbott, from a financial statement presentation thing, we can't fake it. We can't use not real numbers. So I think where the CFO's gone is use the numbers off the beach park as if we won the grant. If not, I like where Councillor Abbott's going, and hopefully we'll get to, well, hopefully, I'm sure we'll get to a much lower number. But I think in terms of presentation for our own decision-making, and also for a place mark in the budget, I think it has to be at that number. So I think if that's done on the beach park, a lot of the other stuff really comes down to either, you know, we want to provide items for our staff and our fire protection services or not. Personally, I can't fight with any of these budget items when you keep seeing words like high priority and stuff like that. So I'm fine using the big number. And with Councillor Cunliffe joining us next week, that or in 3 weeks, that will come to the final decision on this. So to my colleagues, I'll run through the roll once more. If there's something that you just can't see, then I would suggest now's the time to speak up.
I'm ready to go if no one else is.
I'm fine. I'll go after you too. Thank you.
So to the CFO's point earlier, I'm going to go through all the different items. I understand how we pay for it will happen in the next meeting, but I just do have some questions on the scope of some of these activities. So the first one, extend the DEPC for another 6 months is the way I understand it. We already extended it him once. We had a clear set of deliverables, and I know he's worked on other stuff other than those deliverables, and that question comes up if that other stuff was code related. Is there a way we can chart some of that? But I also like to know, you know, I think we all agreed that this is a deliverable-based position. It should have been over now. And I just don't want to see it just keep rolling on year after year. I just want to leave that thought with everyone else. If that is our intent, then let's say what it is, face up and tell us and try and have a discussion about where you need a DEPC year on year. If that's what it is, and let's do it. But just adding 6 months each time is not getting us there. Some clear deliverables we wanted, evacuation plan, those kind of things. Let's understand what they are.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. The second.
On the bylaw enforcement, so this is the 36,000 is the additional, correct? So we're actually budgeting 36 plus the normal 50.
Yes, I don't have that detail in front of me, but I have the normal amount in the operating budget, and then any additional we add that can definitely be covered by the COVID grant.
Yeah. So the normal amount was around 50. So we're actually talking about 85 in total for bylaw enforcement, but 35 is the additional, which we're going to take from the COVID grant. Correct?
Yes, like I say, I don't remember the number if you say it was 85, but it's whatever the number was in the budget, preliminary budget, and then this would be the additional for 2 full-time.
Public works yard laptops, COVID related. Could I get an explanation on that? Who got the laptops? And I just bought myself a new one for my council business at Christmas. It cost me $1,000. Are these really $2,000 laptops?
In total, including the coverage we get from Sea to Sky and the software that we need on it. It's usually a bit less than that, but and the reason they're COVID related is we find there's a small area where the public works works, so it allows them for the separation to when they have to work on the computer.
There you go. Councillor Abbott, my intention of giving you the floor was not to go line by line.
CFO Rook asked us to go through the CapEx numbers now with our questions. That was her ask.
Why would we not do this offline to give you a chance to answer the questions?
Well, I can answer a lot of them now, and if there's things that I have to go back to March 23rd. So I want council to be comfortable with this because I'm going to be asking you to make a decision on March 23rd. So if you have questions then you may not be comfortable making a decision.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. Let's keep going.
I think the next one might be for public works yard. Survey design and construction to upsize water main, inlet and outlet phase 4 to 5 tanks. This is to allow for decommissioning the tanks?
That's correct, Councillor Abbott. There's a section of water main that needs to be replaced. And it needs to be, the phase 5 tank needs to be isolated from the water system. It was in the budget last year, but we couldn't do it until after the PRV project is done.
Thank you very much. If I can stop everybody just a second, Councillor Abbott. I'm going to put forward a motion to extend our meeting till 11. Can I have a second, please? Councillor Abbott, thank you. All in favor? Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you. Done. Please continue.
Can we just get some clarity on the next part, the $59,000? So what is this $59,000 left in the grant, but what is the budget for the work? It simply reads as if we've got 59,750 left and the budget 79 the same. That seems unlikely. Or am I misreading this?
But this was budgeted with the intent. That's the cost we estimate the project, and what we're saying is there will be enough money left in the grant and the loan to cover it. So it's essentially a rebudget from last year.
Okay, so we are expecting to have less, cost less than we've got left over. Okay. On the road repairs, you know, to my mind, this is what we tax the infrastructure levy for. I think the stuff we did last year showed that we need to do a little more when we do this work around water runoff, about drainage. If anything, I would promote we increase this budget, because I believe that's what we've taxed the infrastructure levy for. And in the last 2 years, I don't believe we've demonstrated how we spent that money. It's just gone into reserves. And I would like to see a direct link. Leave that for thought for the next meeting.
That presumed consensus, which there is none.
I think we need a discussion on the infrastructure levy. But yes, the 125 we had proposed last year that we have, at least for the next 3 years, we would need at least that much just for road repairs. And a lot of this actually isn't necessarily capital. I've just pulled it out because depending on the extent of the repair, it's really just maintenance. It would actually go in the operating budget.
They are areas that are also identified in the infrastructure master plan under pavement restoration.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, I still think this infrastructure levy needs to be linked in residents' mind as to how it's being spent.
Councillor Abbott, we're not talking
So I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on from that.
Councillor Abbott, we're not talking about the levy.
Moving
We're
on.
talking about the CapEx plan.
All right, fair enough.
Stay on topic.
All right, next meeting. And the next ones, we've got some bridge repairs. I'm not sure what the first line is for. The second line, the one across Alberta Creek, there's 2 possible outcomes here, and this assumes the best case scenario. Correct? Should we be considering the worst case scenario or the other option?
I think it's either or. It's any way you slice it, that's the number, roughly.
Okay, so this, we believe we can get this done on either or?
I think so.
That's not necessarily recall the report. Okay, I'll take that as accurate then. Reservoir rehabilitation, I assume this is routine work, but my concern is, do we expect any repairs to come out of that? Is there a good or strong possibility that there's going to be a significant repair that comes after that inspection? And if so, should we be budgeting for it?
We don't know what the repair would be yet. The repair recommendation will come out of the report and then can be budgeted for future CapEx budget years.
Probably be something next year we have to deal with.
Correct.
The washroom we discussed. Bayview Road and Drainage Project. I'm trying to understand this. So what exactly are we budgeting now for versus waiting next year to get to get money for? We've got a borrowing bylaw. So it sounds like this, we're talking about interest here that you intend to borrow for next year. So maybe someone just explain the logic here. I'm not quite sure.
Basically, we submitted a grant for the Bayview DWIP of a cost of 2.2 million. And we have said that we would finance it through the grant if successful, and the balance we would borrow for, like we did with the water tank. So we would go to the MFA and borrow. So that's the amount we would borrow. And then if successful, then I have put in the 5-year plan the interest cost of that. But this is actually the money we would receive, and that's how we would fund it, through borrowing and through the grant, if successful. If not successful.
Why would we need to wait till spring 2022? Why wouldn't, if we get this grant, why wouldn't we get on with it?
Well, that's how long it will take. We won't find out if we have the grant until probably April 2021. So I'll have to apply for the fall borrowing. It's about a 4-month process to apply for the MFA borrowing, and they only offer it twice a year. So the fall borrowing would be funded in 2022. So that's when we get the money, and that would be fine, because by the time, if we are successful by the grant, by the time we go out to tender and the project starts, we'd have, drawing some of the grant to pay for that, and then we'd get the loan. And it also gives us a chance to go for the loan after the results from tender come out, so we know exactly how much to borrow. It's just
Okay.
quite a process. It's only offered twice a year.
Okay. I feel pain. We could get this grant and wait a year before we get started, but
we wouldn't wait. We would immediately start. We have enough capital to fund it. I'm just saying that that's when the money would come in the spring.
oh, so we're not suggesting we delay the project
No,
until the
no,
spring
not at all.
2022.
Not at all. We would start immediately. And we would have enough money to fund it, because by the time we started and we'd be getting draws on the grant, it's the timing of the MFA borrowing. And I don't know, I mean, it could be one season earlier. Like I say, it could be the fall 2021. I just really have no idea when we're going to hear from this grant. It's been a year, but the last grant was 15 months. So, and I've got no indication of when a decision will be made. And each grant is more and more oversubscribed, so it just takes them longer and longer to make a decision. So I would just time it with whenever, but in no way would it delay the project.
Okay. All right. I'm just pleased to hear that we're not going to delay it in any way, because it's a crucial project. The road's getting worse and worse all the time. My next question, and possibly my last one, EV charging station. So we started off at 5,000 to see where this would go, hoping for 100% grant, and then we funded it at 75 or 80,000. Sorry, at 20% or 25 it might have been, I can't remember exactly. And now we want to fund it at 50-50 grant versus municipal funding.
Yes, I have some.
I would like to hear sort of comments on that, and maybe Councillor Barmeyer might have a comment.
The reason I put federal or provincial, at that time, we weren't sure if we would actually qualify for the provincial, but there is some additional information on that if the CAO would like to speak to that. He's been spending a lot of time trying to find which grants are available and how they would work.
For my mind, to go from 20 or 25% funding versus 50-50, I'd need to understand, significant sort of payback of a fairly fast time. It's not what we agreed before. I think we should be targeting what we agreed before. That's my take on that one.
And that's what I was explaining, that when I did this report, at that point, we thought we would just actually qualify for 50%. And now we think we might, again, be eligible for 75%. The CAO wanted to speak to that for the next meeting.
Yeah, perhaps I can jump in here.
Yeah.
We have been speaking with two of the companies that provide DC fast charging stations, and the different ways in which looking for quotes for their products. And upon drilling down with the ZVIP grant that's pending, it appears that the only way that you get the ZVIP will fund 50%, and you have it was the case that you had the opportunity to get an extra 25%, up to 25,000, from the Ministry of Mines, Energy and Natural Resources. So with the pending grant that's coming, it looks like that's not going to be available unless you are doing a project with at least 20 ports. There is still, however, a possibility that we could go that route and get the extra 25% by going with one of the parties, one of the contractors who's putting together an application as an aggregator. So they collect projects from different clients so that they have a minimum of 20 ports, and then they submit as an aggregator so that they get, they submit under the aggregator program under ZVIP. There's aggregator programs, there's third-party delivery programs. It's fairly convoluted, and the rules that apply in each case seem to be quite different in terms of what you read on the ZVIP materials versus what you read on the Clean BC materials in terms of whether or not you're eligible for that extra 25%. The two don't mesh. So we're trying to seek clarity on that and determine whether or not there is the opportunity, if we were to go with the one party as an aggregator and be part of their 20 port submission, they would be doing that in, I think, April or May. And they would hear back like in August. And then if we were one of the projects, then we would get funded through that. And we would be eligible according to the contractor for our share of the 25% or our 25% on top. But I'm just not quite there in terms of my confidence level as to whether or not that's the case. So,
okay, so Peter, it sounds very convoluted. I agree,
Yeah.
as you've explained. But the decision council made was pretty straightforward. We agreed we'd go ahead with the EV charging station if we got between an 80 and 100% grant. That was the agreement we made. And I think if we now doing something
75.
differently, we should discuss it at its merits and not just put it into a budget. Because once it's here, it'll be taken as done and approved.
Yeah, I think it's here as a placeholder for discussion, and until such time as we can determine what the rules are and what we would be eligible for. If we're not going to be eligible for the extra 25%, then we'll get clarity on that and be able to say with confidence that either we can or we can't get 75%. If we can only get 50% through either ZVIP or Clean BC, then that's what it'll be. And council will have to make a decision as to whether or not we go forward or not. But we're still
in that
working
case, right now we should approve a budget for 25,000, not 50.
Nobody's asking you to prove anything today, Councillor.
I know that, but I'm suggesting I would like to see that move back down to 50, to 25, sorry.
Yeah, if we're not eligible for 75% grant funding, then we can't put a number in a budget that we're not eligible for. So it's either going to be the project goes or it doesn't go if it's 50%. But we need to determine whether or not we're eligible for that extra 25% so that council can make a decision as to whether or not it wants to go forward with the project. I'm sorry, I don't have that information at this point in time. So it's here as a placeholder, and
okay.
we'll be talking about it again on the 23rd. And hopefully we'll have everything crystal clear by then.
Councillor Abbott, your point is fair with me. I suggest you carry this to the next meeting, but I think your claim is pretty right on the money here.
Okay, thank you. I've had a few other questions on the fire hall kind of items. There's quite a bit in here. I would like to have asked the fire chief some questions. Maybe others can answer them.
Actually, on that,
CFO has some news here.
On that note, Chief Oliver will be attending the March 23rd meeting because he also wants to talk about some items in the 5-year plan, which will include a new fire truck. And you'll have the opportunity to ask him questions on that. If you want to give me, maybe email the questions ahead of time so I can provide them to Chief Oliver and then he can be prepared to answer them at the March 23rd meeting.
Actually, CFO, why don't we just start at fire capital and everything related to the fire department that's on the rest of the budget, if you could address each of those.
Okay.
I'm presuming that works with you, Councillor Abbott.
I'm happy to leave it till the fire chief's there and we can discuss it once.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just that it gives him time to be prepared. And I think we should hear about all the topics, not just one or two. Anything else, Councillor Abbott?
No, well, the rest of it is about how we pay for it, I guess, and that's for next week. So I'll keep my thoughts on that. That's
next meeting. I'll ask everybody else, but Councillor Abbott has, we expect nothing less from Councillor Abbott with his determination on these things. I think it behooves all of us in the next 3 weeks, sure that we're thinking about the community and what amounts to a pretty tough budget. So I think I've had some second thoughts on some of these items as well. And I think I look forward to the conversation next meeting. And I think that when we're doing the best for the villagers, that we'll all bring our communal game to the party. To my colleagues, any other questions for the CFO? There being none, I believe you asked that we receive this information.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You've got our thoughts. Any questions for you before we go, CFO? Can I have a second? Oh, Councillor Abbott, yep. Oh, you're muted still?
Sorry, yeah, sorry, carry on, but I just I was going to suggest something once you've read the resolution. Just come back to me after you've done the resolution, thanks.
Okay, so we're going to proceed. Can I have a second, please? I'll presume Councillor Abbott, your hand's up. Good.
Yeah, I'll second.
I'll call a motion. All in favor? Presume yes, please. Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Abbott.
Just a suggestion. I see there's still a fair number of people on the call, although they're dropping off pretty fast. And the rest of the meeting is about sort of largely procedural stuff. Does it make sense to do the public participation now? Having said that, I think I was a bit slow with that suggestion because there's not many left.
That's fine. Sure, let's let them.
I thought if we got some input on parking and stuff from residents, it would have been good. But
No. I think it's a fair point. It's getting late. People want to do stuff. All right. I presume everybody's approval on this. I'll just shift the item 15, public questions and comments, over to we'll insert after item 10 a action. Okay, CIO, we're going to go to the MIA service afterwards, but I'm just going to interject here just to let the gallery have an evening to themselves if they want. So back to this. So I will move the public questions and comments forward to the next item under discussion, which would be 10A5, and MIA service provider agreements will be number 6. I'll presume that would be fine with everybody. I'll take a mental yes on this. So to those of you who are in the gallery and you stayed in, we've got some time for you if you'd like to speak up. Again, don't be shy. And it's on a topic of your choice that we've been addressing. And if you want to, I have several unmutes. Let's go. I think we've got, let's go, if I've got this right, I've got Mr. Waller, if you could go first. Mayor Broughton, if you'll go second. And that's all we have at this point. So Mr. Waller, if you'd like to speak, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Ron and Council. I've appreciate the opportunity to hear you talking tonight of things. I did write to Council, and I know it's coming up in correspondence, and I also thank you, Ron and Neville, for some conversations we had around particularly the use of the COVID funds that are coming. Just want to really comment. I've heard several obviously connections, and I think it's important for you to consider that this money is to be used clearly and distinctly for support of the village of Lions Bay in terms of the impacts of COVID. And I think I've heard some clear connections today on that, and then some not quite so clear. Just really want to recommend and urge Council they consider how COVID has really impacted the villagers. I myself have shared that whilst not been unwell and not had any mortality or morbidity in my close friends and family, one of the biggest impacts that my family and I think others, not necessarily in Lions Bay, but across this province has been a fiscal one. And I would encourage Council to consider wherever possible to use those funds in ways that you have identified that have impacted the villagers, but also consider how it's impacted villagers fiscally. And in any way that you can use these funds to in a meaningful way, support the village in real time now, in that regard. Thanks very much for your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Waller. Mayor Broughton, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Councillor Abbott, for this suggestion. Thank you to Council for accepting this suggestion. So first of all, I have a number of things. First of all, with regard to maintaining the budget at a 0% increase, it's really important not to just spend without planning and planning and planning. Planning is a very important part, and community consultation is a very important part. Lions Bay Village has a culture, it has a feeling, and it's really important that that be supported. My next point that supports that kind of feeling is the volunteer activities that Councillor Bain brought up earlier with regard to the beach park. You know, I talked to seasoned community members recently who had no idea what the beach park plan was. They had no idea there was a plan to tear the beach house down. Maybe some of you on council have no idea that that's what that big expense is, which is possibly necessary. You know, I'm down there frequently. I don't see it as necessary, but it is necessary to redo the washrooms. And I completely support Councillor Bain, having been a leader and presiding at the time that the Laurie Beck barbecue patio was created. It was created exactly as Councillor Bain suggests. And it was named for Laurie Beck, but it could be named for the lead people and list those people involved. But that is Lions Bay, and we built our community upon that.
Mayor Broughton, could you wrap up, please?
Okay. No to social media. Social media will bring hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of cars regarding parking. Go slowly with parking. Parking is going to be your nemesis. And I think that I heard a number of council members say, let's go slowly with this, but it has to keep, we're not Surrey, we're not Whistler, we're Lions Bay. And as Grant McGrado, a previous CAO, said, Brenda, do you know that Lions Bay is Shangri-La? And I said, yes, I do. And he said, well, I was CAO for 5 years of West Vancouver, and I didn't know this. We must remember that Lions Bay is Shangri-La, and it's Shangri-La for our residents, and certainly welcome participants and not closing any gates, but we're not Whistler where we're looking for thousands of people to come and congregate and shove our residents out. I watched our residents not have parking spaces to go to the beach. That's not acceptable.
Thank you very much, Mayor Broughton. Thank you. Have a good evening. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you, Councillor Abbott. And I'm going to put that on my notepad here that we make sure that we do this sooner rather than later.
Mr. Burr, I was raising my hand 7 times. I haven't noticed because you probably.
Your hand wasn't up, Mr. Sredsky. But you may choose to speak, sir.
Thank you. Just wanted to bring to your attention in reference to the washroom in the park that not a long time ago, residents actually wanted to rebuild out of our own initiative and raise $40,000 to do it, understanding that that's the total cost of it needed, yet they will refuse to proceed. Maybe we can return to that idea, and I'll intend then in this case to bring some of them to the discussion next council meeting.
That probably won't be next council meeting, but it is one of the things that Councillor and I have on our minds. So thank you very much for that, and good evening, sir. Next up, I don't see anyone else. So thank you very much to the public for joining in. Thank you again, Councillor Abbott, which brings us to item number 5, which is the MIA service provider agreements, which hit the on table. And the recommendation from staff is that the draft service provider agreement attached between the Village of Lions Bay and the Village of Lions Bay 50th Anniversary Committee be approved, and that the agreement be forwarded to the Village of the Lions Bay 50th Anniversary Committee for execution, and then forwarded to the Municipal Insurance Association with payment of the premium of $250. I'll put that forward. Can I have a hand for a seconder? Councillors? Yes. Thank
Sorry,
you.
I'm scrambling for the on table. Was the very recent one, was it?
I've been here since 5:30. I don't know whether it hit the waves. Carla, did they get out?
Yeah.
It did.
I got a copy of it.
Apparently it's in your email. Sorry for that lateness. We'll let Councillor Abbott, while you scramble to find it, I'll let the CFO go through it.
Yes, so the Village of Lions Bay has our liability insurance through the Municipal Insurance Authority, the MIA, and they also provide liability coverage for groups, often volunteer groups that provide services for the village and hold events attended by the volunteers and public. We currently have this coverage. We've had it for several years for the Events Committee and the seniors, and we would like to extend the coverage to the 50th Anniversary Committee and the Trailblazers. And this application requires a council resolution. My apologies to council for the lateness of this. When I was getting ready to do the applications, I had failed to recall that I need a council resolution. And speaking of which, I realized the recommendation actually is missing a line. It should be that the draft service provider agreement attached between the Village of Lions Bay and the Village of Lions Bay 50th Anniversary Committee be approved. And then we need a second one, the same, but between the Village of Lions Bay and the Lions Bay Trailblazers. So we would need to amend that, that recommendation, because I need two. I need one for the Trailblazers and one for the 50th Anniversary Committee. So the 50th Anniversary Committee would just be an annual, just a 1 year, and the possibility to extend it. But you can see from the attached agreement, the one for the Trailblazers would be perpetual, like it is for the Events Committee and the seniors.
There you go. Thank you very much. A corporate officer. So if we did, so we're in discussion on a motion that's been put forward and seconded. Can I do a friendly amendment to include the Village of Lions Bay Trailblazers to be included?
Yeah, okay, so I obviously we haven't got time to read the attached document, but that's fine.
We've got a minute here if you want to take it.
So we never had any coverage for the Trailblazers in the past. Is that what we're saying? And we should have?
Yeah, we haven't in the past. I think what initiated this time is there will be workers putting up signage. If the CAO had anything to add?
This is real pioneering, Councillor Abbott. This is good work. In my view, it opens the door on our volunteers doing other work on village property. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag on that, but relative to the Trailblazers, who are more the heavy lifters, the 50th anniversary, I think they're more on a much smaller scale. So this has come forward and clearly a good thing for our volunteers and an excellent piece of pioneering work.
So it's available. It's a rider that's available to not just volunteers. Our volunteers can also be covered under our primary liability insurance, but that requires a certain degree of oversight and supervision that usually we're not in a position to provide. This is a rider that is basically, it doesn't have to be a volunteer group. It could be any other service provider, but it's a service provider that is providing a service to or on behalf of the Village of Lions Bay. So we're utilizing the services of a committee or a group of people to provide us with a service that we would otherwise have to provide ourselves or pay for ourselves or do with our staff resources. So it's just a different way. It's a catch-all. It allows them to have a little bit more autonomy and still be covered without being under the supervisory requirements of our primary liability insurance. Provides a little bit more flexibility, and in the circumstances, thought it was pretty much a no-brainer for the 50th being comparable to the events committee that we normally provide it for, and then as well this year we've got a lot going on with Trailblazers doing a lot of work on our trails. So it's our assets on our land and they're doing the work. So I think it's prudent for us to have that extra coverage.
There you go. Again.
And for them to have.
CEO, if I can get you, put your corporate officer hat on. So we've got I put it forward. There's been a second. We're in discussion. Can I make the friendly amendment as the CFO suggested to include all things being the same, but to include the Village of Lions Bay Trailblazers?
Yeah, it should be two separate resolutions, so she can split them separately and send them separately to.
Okay.
to
So we'll split them. So we'll just go with what we've got, and then I'll repeat the thing for the Trailblazers.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much. Further discussion on this?
Question for clarity. It's $250 for each group, is it not?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? Any
And
questions?
then it would be $250 every time we added someone. Is that works?
Each
Yeah,
group is $250, yes.
Okay. Yeah, it would be nice to have a bit of time to consider this. Do we have to do this right now? Is anyone starting work this next few days?
I'm sure they're going to be before our next regular meeting.
I don't know what the agenda is for the 50th if they're out and about. Yeah, I'm not sure whether we needed to do this today. Or...
I know the delegation request from Mr. Burr mentioned a date for signage for the Trailblazers. That was one of the requests that we had coverage.
Yeah, I think though that there's probably going to be a few weeks delay in terms of getting that signage before they can do anything.
I'm fine with
I
it.
suggest we just do it in the normal order and we can have time to consider it for the next meeting. I mean, we literally got this 35 minutes beforehand and even had a chance to read it. I'm not saying it's going to change the outcome, but
I don't think that we're I don't think we're actually pressed to have this done before the next meeting. I don't think there's any activities that the 50th is going to be embarking upon between now and March 23rd, where that kind of coverage is going to be necessary. No events are planned before the 23rd.
No.
Okay. Push it to the 23rd.
Done. We'll table this. We'll just leave it in discussion and table. Thank you. All right. There we go. Next item, Mayor's report. I've already talked about the CN police, so nothing there. Council members, anything you want to advise? There being none. Committees, I think Councillor Abbott, can I ask you to chair this piece?
Sure, I can. It's Carla's report, but I can share it.
Carla, well, it's you guys are familiar. How I do it.
I'll do it. I'm probably more familiar with it, but thanks, Carla, for putting it together. So at the Curly Stewart committee meeting, in the last few meetings, and I think I've brought this to council before, there's been a suggestion amongst the group that's evolved and expanded on trying to make the Curly Stewart less of a scholarship and more of an inclusive reward that's not purely academic based or not. Well, it never was purely academic based, but it was still felt it was focused on academia. So we have thrashed out a new application document that's in here, track changes redlined. I don't know that we need to go through the whole document. One part in Carlo's report, it says at the end of the first long paragraph, a video in case of art or video presentation that is no longer than 2 minutes. That was what we discussed in the previous meeting, but in the latest meeting when we finalized this, we decided to make it 2 to 5 minutes. So that's just a little bit of admin. It is correct in the application document, but it's a little contradictory the way it's written there. I'm happy to answer any questions on why or how we're going with it, or anyone has any comments on the actual wording or wordsmithing. But I think it's probably enough for me just to have said what I've said. It's fairly obvious intent, and we do need to get this done so we can get it out in the village update by Friday.
Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. So you're putting forward the motion that council approves the amended Curly Stewart Memorial Trust Fund award application as presented today. Is that correct?
I am. Thank you for reading that out for me.
I will second.
I'll second. Oh, sorry, I'm proposing it. Sorry.
Oh. Getting punchy here. Any discussion beyond any questions for Councillor Abbott? Another piece of good community work. Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. All in favor, please advise by saying aye or yes.
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Carried. Which takes us to the, just a second, the 50th anniversary. Yes, it does. Two pieces on that one. Quick recap. Keen committee moving quickly. I apologize for sending the minutes earlier today and their request. So that's really why I'm bringing this up. There were some requests that they've asked me to ask council and staff. So amongst their target list is that there was the idea of creating a mural was raised and 3 locations were suggested. And since they're all village owned or Ministry of Transport, they're asking for permission from council prior to proceeding with further development of the ideas. So their targeted areas are the water tower at the top of Ocean View, the water tower, the green one at entrance to Lions Bay, and the walls under the overpass. So the objective would be mural work on this. CAO, I'll seek your guidance on this first.
I think Mr. Jaffer would like to speak.
He's been so quiet today.
Respectfully would request that the ocean or the Neil Harvey tank be excluded from that as it's still under warranty. And I don't want to put anything on it that might.
This is the old tank at the old tank at the entrance to the gate.
That's fine then. Sorry.
So yes to the Ocean View. Yes to the entrance to Lions Bay.
Yes, from my perspective.
Thank you. Walls under the overpass.
That could be a problem. Oh, walls under the overpass, not hanging from the overpass.
Murals. I was thinking they'd be painted.
Oh, murals, not banners. Sorry.
Although banner, I'm going to bring banners up too. Hang on. So murals, walls under the overpass.
I think we can talk to Modi about that tomorrow, Peter.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk to Modi and advise. Before we go on, I had sent I'm sure I sent it to everybody, the proposed banner that they were going to put on the overpass. Peter, you mentioned that this was this a yes or no? I hadn't heard anything for a week or so.
It's at this point, it's a no, but we're going to be talking to Modi tomorrow. So we'll find out if there's a way we can do it. But at the moment, they have said no.
They have said no.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. There you go. A couple of the members are proposing a 50th anniversary emblem in flowers and plants at the off-ramp to Lions Bay on the left side and would like permission to place them there. Place this there.
So you're talking about the island?
at the off-ramp to Lions Bay on the left side. So it's either the little island or it's the little hillside as you take a hard left.
No, no, be the island, I think on the left, there's some real estate there, but any work in that area ought to be done by staff in terms of liability and having pedestrians out crossing the off-ramp.
It would also need to be approved by Modi.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think just as a statement, the committee supports the concept of a bike park, which has been presented for the last year or so to the budget as a welcome amenity for the kids and the families in Lions Bay. I don't know that it's hit the budget anywhere. Nope. As a place mark, could you put it on, please? And we'll deal with that next time out.
Yeah, I do need a bit more information. We like an actual bike park before
Terrain
the
park.
installation of.
Okay, so we're not ready to talk about it yet. Okay, let's just, no, I'm going to take it off. We'll take note. Thank you very much for that. And the other question was, oh, hang on, you're going to like this one. Please bear with me. One of the projects that the committee is contemplating, and this is extremely popular in a certain city in England, and they do a scarecrow competition. And they propose to do this on Centennial Trail. And there's no money involved in doing this. It's more display work. So the committee is asking if they can use the trail for this purpose. Scarecrows. It's just
I hear no objections.
well, you know, things stuffed with straw. How bad can it be? I'm going to take that as a yes. Okay, thank you very much. I think just for me, this is one of these real feel-good committees, which is a nice thing. Okay, thank you very much. That's it for me on those. Emergency services, I don't think there is anything. And next up is the garbage and recycling collection bylaw number 455, 2013, amendment bylaw number 591, 2021. And the recommendation from staff is that garbage, well, we just read it, be read a first, second, and third time. I will put forward that as a motion. Consider that done. Can I have a second, please? Staff, thank you very much, Councillor Barmer. Okay, on this, I think, municipal coordinator, this is yours. This is about the 6 bags and the changes.
I'll speak to it if.
Okay. Sure.
So we're just clarifying the definition of green waste, breaking it out into food waste and yard trimmings, and then putting a limit on how much people can put out. That limit will be 6 containers a week, 385 liters. And the methodology is, the options are laid out. And then just adding a bit about putting your container away by 9 p.m. the day of garbage, and clarifying when taxes roll to arrears, or failure to pay rolls to taxes in arrears. And then maybe Mr. Jaffer would like to speak to why we're putting a max of 6 containers a week on people.
So essentially what's happening is the service provider has been noting significant amounts of yard waste. In one instance, 26 large craft bags placed outside the home. And basically what happens at that point is the truck becomes full. They're not able to collect anybody else's yard waste, and they have to drive into town to dump it and come back. So it would be an extra cost to us. And basically this is meant to limit that. The amount that's proposed is in keeping with similar bylaws on the North Shore and in other municipalities as well.
Very much. Council, any questions?
Yeah, I do. I've got some comments. One of the problems we have with this thing is that we've got an outside agency making changes to our system, our agreement in our contract, if I understand it correctly, without prior council approval. So I have a real problem with that. And the other issue is that the limit of 6 bags or containers per week is not reasonable. Many in our, well, let me put it this way. Unlimited garbage or unlimited garden trimmings was a concession to the community made to get the support for banning backyard burning. It's never changed, and it's something that village residents have accepted for many years. And I cannot accept Waste Control just deciding that they don't like it anymore, so they're going to change it. And compound that, the 6 bag limit or containers per week is not reasonable. And many in our community have large gardens and can spend long hours tending to them for the beautification of the village. And we're busy people who can set aside a gardening day and blitz it, producing a greater volume of trimmings in a particular day. And it's not something that any particular resident would necessarily do each week. So there could be increases in a particular household one time in a week and not in another. I've seen, for example, a lady across the street from us is no longer able to tend her garden. She had 8 bags of craft bags put out for her, and her gardener asked me if they could move some over to our side so they'd fall into the, or so she wouldn't get penalized. And this was past last Thursday, and I hadn't heard a thing about this up until then, and I wondered what she was talking about. But if you can't put the trimmings out until 5 in the morning of a pickup day, that is expecting, in this lady's case, she would have to get her gardener to come by on Friday morning and pick them up because the resident cannot lift them. It's an unreasonable expectation to put upon some seniors and the disabled, and I am just not for it at all. And on top of that, it bothers me greatly that this would show up in the village update, and that's the first I've heard of it. And now we're expecting to vote on it and ratify an agreement that's already been signed last week. And here it is Tuesday of the next week. It's putting the cart before the horse. We've got the tail wagging the dog with waste management and any other cliches you want to use. And I just can't agree with it. Again, it's been an unlimited garden trimmings as a concession for the residents to give up backyard burning. So I'm dead against this.
Councillor Abbott?
I didn't understand the history that Councillor Baines just explained, and thank him for that. I missed that part in the village update. I did have a question as to what they contracted to do. And if they had contracted to do this, then they should really be waiting until the next time we put the contract out. And maybe we can get confirmation on that. I had a few other kind of minor questions on the way it's actually written. While I'm talking, I may just do those quickly. On the list of food scraps and consumable waste such as, the last one says waxed corrugated cardboard. 4 lines above, it says soiled paper, not wax lined. Is the last point supposed to be non-waxed corrugated cardboard? Sounds contradictory. And then also another question, these yard trimming labels that we're supposed to put up, I've tried to find those and had no joy. Are they supplied by the food waste company, by the provider, or does the village have them, or where does one get these labels? I end up taking the lids off my bins and let them fill up with water because I haven't got a label.
They can be do-it-yourself labels. It's something that I've talked to the CAO and CFO about purchasing moving forward.
If you do, I'll buy a few.
I will look into the wax paper and the wax cardboard. I don't have an answer to that right now. As far as waste control, their contract didn't stipulate a green waste amount. Their contract was scheduled to be up this year. They have asked that we reduce that if we want to extend their contract for another year, because it's not possible for them to manage the recycling, the green waste in the village, given their current truck. Basically, what happens is if they have to send a truck into town, it's causing them to have another shift come out to do more recycling. So ultimately, it will cost us, whether it costs us in extra fees, or we simply just go out to RFP again. It will cost us. And I would add that the limits again are limits that are provided in most other municipalities: West Van, North Van, City of North Van.
I could add that in the district North Vancouver, they just changed the limit and it's 1. And it actually has to include our organics as well.
But we as Councillor Bain pointed out, we have a previous expectation. We changed it. We didn't go out to the residents. We didn't ask them. If we do run an RFP and there's additional charge for this, people might choose to sign up for that. I'm not suggesting that the limits aren't reasonable and people shouldn't be able to manage with that, but we seem to have just changed something at will here without actually going back to residents and considering previous expectations and previous commitments to the village. I agree with Councillor Bain on that one.
Yeah, I think probably we didn't know what the history was, although I would have to say that I don't know how long ago that was, but I don't know of any community in the Lower Mainland, let alone up the sea to sky, that allows backyard burning. And I think that in this day and age, open burning through backyard burning allowances are pretty much a thing of the past. There's too many communities that still allow that to happen. With respect to putting out yard trimmings at 5 a.m., I don't think that's necessary. I don't think that yard trimmings are captured by the morning of, are they, Mr. Jaffer?
No, it's wildlife attractants, so food waste and organic. Sorry, food waste and garbage.
Yeah, so yard trimmings, the gardener could leave out the day before. And if somebody's got extra 1 week and they're not going to have extra the next week, could they not store a couple of bags for the next week so that they've got, they spread it out a little bit? Sure, there's going to be people who are going to go whole hog because they've got a long weekend and that's the weekend they're choosing to do their yard cleanup, and maybe they've got 20 or 30 bags, but maybe they just need to spread it out. It's not like it's going to go bad or anything, I don't think. So there is the option of storing it till the following week and then putting it out. It's not just a case of being able to charge people more. It's a capacity issue, as Nye pointed out. So it does present an issue, and we have found that the rest of the service is agreeable, and we found it to be efficient, and they've been good service providers. They provided at a good cost. So our expectation was that, okay, this seems reasonable. We do want to, extend the contract. So let's proceed with this apparently reasonable request, not knowing that perhaps there was unintended consequences or a history that we weren't aware of. So our apologies with respect to that. But I think that going forward, it may need to be a case of asking people who have excess yard waste 1 week or a couple of weeks to save it for the following weeks and spread it out. I just don't see too many options around that.
So just some history on the backyard burning. It used to be an annual thing, or maybe it was twice annual, I can't remember. But it was on a particular day, a particular time of the year, that you could do it, and everyone used to do it the same day. I mean, I think it stopped around 10 years ago. I think the original Climate Action Task Force was one of the people that, one of the groups that motivated to end that. I'm guessing around 10 years ago. But up until then, when I first came to the village, it was normal, certain burn days of the year. Maybe once, I think it was once, but it might have been twice.
Well, if I could just add on to it, we talk about communication a lot tonight and other days as well. And this is a fine example that there are things that the council members know that staff probably won't know, and why it is so imperative that you share the information with council before you make agreements. We could have straightened this out easily, but I find it highly offensive, if I can be so blunt, to find out about something in the village update that affects a contractual change the council had no understanding or knowledge of. Maybe the mayor, I presume he did, but I'd say the rest of us probably didn't.
I have a gardener, I don't know what goes out at the end of my driveway. But your point is taken. It's a surprise to some.
So, sorry, just reading further down into the bylaw itself, and item 11, it basically says that they will take away additional waste as long as you make arrangements with them. So it sounds like you certainly could have the option to include that. It says the owner occupier shall make necessary arrangements with the garbage contractor for disposal of such waste material.
Yeah, it's an older bylaw, and we actually had Nye had started to put together a new one, but it was going to be there was a lot more to it in terms of potential changes. It wasn't ready for prime time, needed some discussion. So instead, we looked at just amending the old bylaw. So there may be things in here that are historical in nature.
Yeah, there's a few other questions that I haven't. If you're going to be re-looking at point 10 above that, is the intention that yard waste storage bins do not need to be removed and can be left in the street, because it reads only garbage and recycling in that part. It needs to be removed by the end of the day. That's a question I would wonder about. And then there's also our list of dangerous wildlife things. Seem to be missing one local resident being a coyote. We have raccoons and wolves, but no coyotes. But I but back to Councillor Bain's point, yeah, I think it was just poor communication. This should not have come out this way. I didn't realize it had come about that way. That's, I think it was Councillor Bain's got a very good point, and I support him on that.
So Peter, where do we go from here?
I was just going to ask the same question.
Well, I mean, I think we all understand private enterprise and the example that was given. And I think we understand our side about a contractual obligation. And I think we understand about the communication piece. So it seems to me that if we don't go with the change, providers simply going to not pick up more than 6 bags and force the issue. I don't know if we can or want to go to an RFP. That's not being suggested by the works manager. There seems to be comparables in other municipalities that, you know, we're getting pretty fair treatment. Staff points out that the service is by and large pretty good. So if the reality is that we like these people, but, you know, the water is muddy and the council members have a bad feeling about it, you know, you could make the argument, okay, well, we'll hold our nose as something after the fact, not liking it at all. But we need an information piece out there so that when the next person with, or Councillor Bain's neighbor across the street, you know, has got 8 bags or 10 bags or whatever the number is, that, you know, they're aware of it, they juggle around with it. You know, for me, it's, some people are going to hit the 6, a lot of people aren't. But ultimately, the legislation's on the desk now, and word's out in the community. So I don't see council in a winning position here.
When does the contract expire? Like you say, it's up for renewal this year.
Didn't they used to be in December? CFO? No?
It's March, I think.
March?
A motion to extend.
Second.
March as in this year?
That's it right now, Carla. What was the answer?
We've extended it we had a clause in the contract to extend it 2 additional years, and we're extending it an additional year.
Have we
Our
said
plan
that
was
already?
March.
Have
But if
we-
we had a right to do that, why do we have to change the conditions?
Just hang on a second now. So it was up for renewal in March, and there was no option to extend for a year or 2, and it has been extended for a year or 2?
It was extended last year, and our plan was to extend it again this year.
Okay, but for March, it's up for renewal then?
No, this March, we're going to extend it until 2022 and then go back to RFP probably in the fall. It's a big
Okay, so
process.
just to, the CFO said that we're contractually obligated till March 2022.
So we have already extended it.
We extended last year.
No, we haven't. We extended it last year. We haven't extended it this year.
Yeah.
But currently it expires this month.
Correct.
Yes.
Wait a second. I hear it goes till 2022, and I also hear it expires this month. Like, which one is it?
It expires this month, Fred.
Yeah.
And we have an option to extend it to 2022 if we choose.
Oh, the option's still there.
Correct. If not, we would have to prepare an RFP and go out to tender. And either way, we will be paying for extra green waste. It's not reasonable to have unlimited green waste collection from any service provider.
But does the current option to extend allow them to change the conditions of the contract?
No, we accepted that change because it was a reasonable change and it's standard practice throughout the Lower Mainland. We didn't have the background as the CAO suggested. And in most municipalities, gardeners have to get rid of green waste by taking it to their transfer station. It's not collected by the service provider. So if we're asking Waste Control to continue with the unlimited, I'm guessing that we are going to have to either pay for it or we could go out to RFP and pay for it that way and revise costs.
But surely we should be paying for it from next
I mean,
year. If we
Nicole,
had
what are
an
we
option
really
to extend.
talking about here? It's not like every person's going to put down unlimited amount of bags in the same day. That's just not realistic. I mean, there should be a total for the village on a particular pickup day.
What's happening, Councillor Barmeyer, is that gardeners are putting out excessive amounts of green waste, well over, and in some cases, like I said, 26 bags per at a home, to the point where the trucks are being full before they collect everybody's green waste. And that means they have to go into town. So you've got the staff time and the disposal fees. They have to come back to Lions Bay and then collect more recycling. So it is a cost in fuel, in truck time, in labor.
So Public Works Manager, so really in their mind, they're thinking the 6 bags is a pretty good deal.
The 6 bags is what's standard throughout the North Shore. So
okay.
That's what their thought was.
Okay.
And we agree
The
with
North
They can
Shore
bid it
doesn't
standard
have
on the next
quarter-acre
RFP,
parcels.
but if we
We've
have an
got
option to
large-
extend this
we've
one,
got large
why do we
lots
let them
here.
out of it?
We don't have the same size lots as the North Shore. So I don't know if we can use that as a comparison. And we're a forested community. We're going to have windfall, and you know, I don't know. I tend to think that, you know, we shouldn't be aligning ourselves with the North Shore necessarily because those lots don't compare.
I would disagree.
There's, yeah, I would disagree as well. There's lots of well manicured, very large gardens in West Van, and lots of residences that are close to the forest in West Van as well.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the area I live. North District of North Van went through this 2 years ago. They brought in a new system, and like I say, we're limited to 1 bag, which also has to include our organics. And we're not even allowed to put bags out anymore. It has to fit into our green waste container. I'm not saying we should go that way, but the only reason I bring it up is it's a different company. If we go out to tender, I'm not sure we'll get anyone who would be as generous as having 6 bags, because like I say, the District of North Vancouver, it's 1 bag. That would be my concern.
And the other concern I would have is going out to tender would likely result in a higher overall price, because we are actually working with a very low price for garbage collection.
But we don't have to go out to tender till next year. They agreed for us to be allowed to extend it at our choice. So we should have done that. And it's irrelevant what other municipalities to do or what's typical in North Van. It's irrelevant. We have an agreement.
But they won't extend if they have to eat the cost
I thought I
of
was told we
recycling.
had an option to extend.
You're gonna have to look at the wording.
Yeah.
Don't have to-
Councillors, I'll put a motion to extend for another half hour. I'll presume a second, thank you. And all in favor, yes, thank you.
Yeah, I do want to bring up how the North, our neighbors deal with it and how we deal with it. Is we do have times we have a lot more than 6 garbage, and we just put out 6, and then we just save the others and then put it out the next week. So there are ways around it. Because like you said, it's not like you're going to have a lot all the time. You just it just takes us a few weeks. Sometimes it took us 6 weeks to get rid of it all. And you have the option of taking it to the dump yourself, but I know that's not as feasible for Lions Bay.
I think we need to focus on residents' expectations, what we've done in the past, what their expectations are, the way we do things in Lions Bay, and that's what we should be striving to get to fix.
I understand that. I'm just saying that it's going to change in a year no matter what when we go out to tender. So, I mean, we might be able to extend it for a year, but the reality is it will change in a year and could be even more restrictive.
Then we have to deal with it then. And we have to shop it as hard as we can. We have to get the best deal we can for residents in a year. But we don't have to throw away what we have now.
I'm gonna have to look at the contract to see what the wording is. Might be the case that they have to agree. So we'll have to see.
I just feel like I'm starting to Councillor Bain's point. I mean, comes to us at the last minute, hasn't been thought through. No one seemed to have got consulted. Now, like, we have to deal with it tonight.
We could defer or table and discuss with Waste Control, and Peter can review the contract.
I think there's no alternative to that. I mean, I'm going to presume that because there's been a material change, if they breach the contract, then we just go to RFP. So, we're just going around in a circle here. Of course, they're going to charge more for the same service if they were going to give them unlimited. So unfortunately, I tend to like your option now to talk to these folks and come to a more détente situation in the next 3 weeks. So if that's fine with staff, I will leave the set discussion and table the readings. There's no magic to the 3 readings, Pam, for the date? No, we can hold it.
Sorry?
We can hold this. There's no magic to the.
Might be a CIO question. Is the motion on the table?
Oh, there's motion on the table. We're in discussion. We'll just table the discussion.
I don't know the procedures. You'd have to ask the CIO.
Corporate officer, I can table the discussion, can't I?
Yeah, just table till the next meeting.
Just table to the next meeting. Okay. I'm still doing that. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we leave it though, we have the outstanding issue of the lack of communication, and how are we going to deal with that from here on out?
Well, we're going to have to talk to Waste Control Services to see what our options.
Sorry, I couldn't make that out.
Going to have to look at the contract, Councillor Bain, and talk to Waste Control Services to see what our options are before we communicate with residents and council as to what those options look like. So I don't have an answer for you.
And I don't think we're ready to go to the community with anything just yet.
Well, we have to go to the community with something if we already told them something last week.
Well, that's what the waste control people are picking up. So there's no other story.
So I can't say anything other than we'll have to check the contract, talk to Waste Control, and come back to you with options.
All right. All right. So I think Councillor Brain, unfortunately, that's where we're going to have to leave it then.
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you as soon as possible.
Okay. Well, we're back. Okay. Maybe back on Tuesday too. Okay.
Just set the special meeting.
All right. So next piece then is the correspondence. So Councillor Bain, you have that. And if you could whistle through this, that'd be great.
I shall whistle as I work.
And only 2 months more after this one.
Thanks. Okay, the first one on page 1 of it is from Mr. Davidowitz about BC TransLink. He I don't know, Mayor McLaughlin, would you have any comments to make on this in the through your Vancouver, Metro Vancouver contract with TransLink?
He and another individual writes me every day for the last 2 years. Received.
Fair enough. Our next is, whoops, scrolling down, from Ruth Simons. She's speaking on behalf of the Howe Sound Community Forum. She's making us aware of a Zoom webinar that'll take place Friday, March 5th from 10 to 11:30, and also notifying us of Friday, April 23rd for the next virtual Howe Sound Community Forum. I think we could mark that as received.
Thank you.
And now for a string of MP Wellers. He has been a busy beaver. First one, government is working to address current future skill shortages, and they're putting up 72 million over the next 3 years for initiatives. Kind of an interesting read. Deadline for applications, March 4th. He's asking if we would contact him if we have any concerns or questions. So I think this should be received.
Thank you.
Similarly with the next one from the same, CHCI provides up to 31 million federal funding for community-led solutions that respond to immediate and ongoing needs arising from COVID over the next 2 years. Again, they're seeking input. Again, Patrick Weiler, sorry. Or does he pronounce it Weiler? I don't know. He's open for more questions and comments. That one received as well. He's pleased to inform us that many programs at Environment, Climate Action, or Climate Change Canada are now open accepting applications, and there's a list of 6 of them, of initiatives. Interesting for us, there's the number 6, the Sailor Sea Marine Vessel Emissions Reduction Program, that their acronym is SMRF. Sorry, pardon me, I can't resist this one. It says, are we now to be governed by Smurfs? Anyhow, moving right along. It's looking into the investigation and installation of emission reduction technology to help purchase and install technology in small fleets and private vessels. Again, contact MP for that. It's received. And we've got similar issues with women and girls disproportionately affected by the COVID crisis. Call for new proposals through Women and Gender Equality Canada Women's Program. The call entitled Feminist Response and Recovery Fund will provide 100 million for projects helping those in great need. Anyhow, more information. He would like to hear from you. Received. And another one received. Where am I on the list? Okay, this one's for approximately 15 million in funding for 76 LGBTQ2 community-led projects across Canada through the same thing, community capacity. Looking for more input again is our MP, so that is received. Now we come down to one from Surrey. I think this is for information only. It's 2 of the council members from Surrey's community or city. We're talking about Surrey's police transition and the impact in public safety on BC. It's an interesting read, but I don't think there's anything we can do about it. So I'll recommend just received unless somebody has a comment. Okay, and well, here comes our MP again. Now he's got under the Abandoned Boats Program, 1.692 million, is being provided to assess 44 boat removal projects in BC, Newfoundland, and Labrador, and to remove 51 abandoned boats in BC. So the federal government's living up to its promise of dealing with a problem that's been an eyesore and a impediment to navigation for quite some time. So this one we received as well. And MP again, tax credits for seniors. Oops, am I at the right one? Oh yes, it is. For low or fixed income individuals. Oops, I have a note here. They've got some click spots on their thing, but I noticed they didn't work too well. I was looking at it today. I might struggle with that. But there are some benefits, age credits, pension income credits, pension income splitting. It's nice to see that's still there. They threatened to remove it, but it's still here. And a number of other things for information. Again, he liked your feedback. And that's the end of the external. Now we've got...
Right, before, Fred, can we just have one comment on that? The very first one. Do we, Peter, do we know how the Bowen Island experiment is going? I know we narrowly missed on getting that on-demand shuttle for us. Bowen ended up getting it. Is there any talk about that project being expanded or?
No. Dead. Not interested. No. They chose Bowen over us. Mayor Burr lobbied for it. Didn't happen. We would have been next on the slate. COVID happens, ride hailing happens. It's rather redundant. I haven't heard about it being spoken about in a year.
Okay. So did they cancel the experiment on Bowen then, as far as you know?
It had problems because the Bowen route pattern is like a giant horseshoe and they've got one shuttle. So it goes to the middle where the ferry is. So you get people that were in the left-hand part of the horseshoe trying to get to the shuttle, but the shuttle was on the right-hand horseshoe driving to the shuttle. So they could only serve half and I didn't give them 2 buses. I mean, it was very experimental compared to what ride hailing is now.
Thanks.
Okay. The next one is being asked and answered. It's CAO has replied to Mr. R. Dar O'Reilly. I hope it's a Mr.
Mrs.
Mrs. Oh,
Yes.
mistake. This is the second time I've done that. About parent taught gyms going back into the village hall. Very nicely put. Next one is a reply to Councillor Abbott from Schneider's. How do I summarize this one? Anyhow, is there any follow-up to this, Councillor Abbott?
I don't know. I think the bigger question is what are the next steps? Maybe the CEO, it was meant to come back to council, the whole question. I think we certainly have a large number of people that want us to investigate this. I think there's many on council that want to do it. I kind of think we should go back to Metro and say, we want to move ahead with this. Well, move ahead with making a decision around this question, and not just let it die or wait for the next community plan, which was, they didn't give us a hard no on that. They kind of alluded to it should be done as part of an official community plan, but not necessary. So I don't know how to answer it because I think we need a further discussion around the council table as what the next step is.
I think per my earlier piece, they're going to come back to us in April, and we can push it around with them then and discuss the options.
It's coming back in April?
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy to do it.
Well, we could tell Mr. Schneider it's coming back in April and leave it at that for now.
Okay. Okay, moving on, we've got one from Rose Dudley. Her question is, Oops, I got to back up. My highlighting's a bit off. Talking about is a path. Oh, she's talking about the pathway to the connector, and she was making suggestions about moving along the road shoulder, suggesting the trailblazers could do the work for nothing in about 2 or 3 sessions. Let's see. You know, the decisions being made. I don't know if we really have much to say to this, but I think she deserves a response. I feel kind of awkward responding in it as much as I didn't vote for the connector, and I thought maybe somebody who did vote for it would probably be more appropriate to speak up for it.
Councillor Abbott can give you his response to that, having done the same thing. So nice idea, but no.
Are you okay with that, Councillor Abbott?
Sorry, I didn't vote for it either.
No, but you've responded to people on issues that you voted against.
Oh, okay. Well, I can give a shot at responding then if you prefer.
I would go back along the lines of thank you for your consideration of the input as we move the project along. I mean, she actually raises a good point.
Yeah, good point. Right. Okay, thanks.
And Fred, you might just as well mention that you passed that along, the comments are passed along to the CAO, and it was something that I did mention in terms of some of the ideas that could go into doing the project. So it is something that will be given consideration.
Okay, I'll just make a note of that. Okay, good. Next one's from Mr. Sredsky. He's addressed it to the mayor, referring to a spending problem and obtaining a grants we're trying to do. I think a lot of this we've already addressed in other communications, talking about the cost of the sewage treatment plant in Kelvin Grove levy. A lot of issues. Now let's see. I think we've answered all these questions, if I'm not mistaken. So
these are substantially in the minutes of our last meeting.
Yeah, I don't want to be offensive by not responding if one's necessary, but I don't want to insult somebody by giving them the same answers over and over again either. So I'm in a bit of a dilemma on this one. Any advice would be appreciated. None forthcoming. I think we'll just have this as received then. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The next one is from Trudy Luthi. She is thanking us for the informed, for keeping us informed in our pulse on council Zoom meetings. As normal, Trudy is such an upbeat person. She's always a joy to read. Her question, what can mayor or council do to reach people in Lions Bay to get them engaged in what's happening in the village? This is, of course, an ongoing issue with council and staff. She makes a suggestion for the mayor and council just to place a council meeting poster at the garden area before the entrance to the post office. I believe that would need to be negotiated with the strata council of the store and condos, unless I'm mistaken.
Councillor Bain, I hadn't thought about this till I read this. We used to have a sandwich board that was right in front of the municipal complex on game night.
Uh-huh.
And trying to make ease of owning and controlling what we can. I actually think it's a pretty good suggestion. People drive past the complex to go to the store complex. So maybe we could, if there's a desire to do this, maybe we could just do the council meeting tonight at 7, just as we used to.
On the
Yeah.
roadway out front.
Yeah, just up front.
Yeah, that would be better than at the store thing. Last I remember, the sign was rather heavy and staff would struggle with it, if I'm not mistaken. Is there any way of cutting down on the weight?
We've got a hard plastic one.
Oh,
I thought
it's
it was the public works manager's gym thing he was doing.
No,
I'll leave
no,
that.
we can do it.
Thank you.
So I shall reply to Judy then.
Thank you.
Next one. This is from Jason. Whoops, sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit. He was asking questions about the PRV. I see the works manager has answered him, and so this is asked and answered. I think it's received now, which should be fine. And Neville, did you dump some of your email onto this week's one that I've got now? It seems like an awful lot. No worries. Where are we?
Motion to extend again.
Yeah. Okay, another one for the PRV. Thank you to the works manager, saying thank you for your response. We appreciate the significant public works efforts in this project. And this is from Carol Bryan and Chris Thompson. So we thank them for their comments, and I think this has been asked and answered, and we've received it.
Fred,
And
just as a point of order on this one, and I think there's one other around the PRV, the resident replies back with, thank you, but I'd like to hear from council.
oh, did I
Another
jump
to the
over
same
one?
effect, not good enough, I'd like to hear from council. I
Oops, page
think
26.
that's a direct request.
Oh, you're right. Here we are. Sorry, I bunched them together. So, shall we? Wait a sec. He's got thanks for the background information. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't see where he says he's asking for council's feedback.
I'm looking at my notes, but I'd have to go, which one are you looking at?
At the top of
Great.
page 158, you started to read it, Fred, but then the next line says, we look forward to the response from council.
Oh, okay.
So, they had questions and concerns. Mr. Jaffer provided a lengthy response. Same thing with respect to the one from Mr. Craig. I think people probably appreciate the response, but the gist of it is that they're not happy with having learned of the size of the PRVs once installed, as opposed to having a heads up at the beginning that they were going to be this big. Not sure that the result would be any different, and the explanations are pretty thorough in terms of why this is the state of affairs that we have to deal with. But I think that it's probably fair comment that we ought to have anticipated that people need to have a better understanding of what it is we're doing and what it's going to look like when we're done.
Right.
And I think we probably failed to meet that bar. And that on future projects, we need to make sure that we're communicating what the deliverable is at the end of the day and what that's going to look like in their neighborhood if it's going into their neighborhood. So,
Peter, and I think that was the gist of some of those email correspondences. And I don't think council hasn't answered it. And the question was, where was council? I think we needed to admit that council, what we had done and hadn't done. There was things in there about infrastructure committee and so on. And I think we need to admit we missed the consultation part of this, face up to it, and describe it how it happened. And I think that's what's missing in all those responses.
Yeah, I think in some of these, I'm not sure if they're covered off elsewhere in the list here, but I know that the mayor responded on some of these as well. And I think that was more or less his tack, was that, yeah, we need to do a better job on communicating at the outset as to what it is we're doing, what impact it might have on your neighborhood. It might not change anything, but it's information that people need to be provided with at the outset. So yeah. it is top of our list now. So.
I agree, and just I discussed this with Mr. Jaffa as well. The email that tells people about all the times they should have known about the PRVs. Well, the first 3 are about borrowing. The last 4 are about, the actual work and disruption in the street. There really wasn't one that dealt with the issue that everyone's contentious about. And it's just admit it. That wasn't dealt with, didn't come to the infrastructure committee. We didn't go look for it. I didn't go look for it, didn't know it was there, and let's just be honest about it.
Just for a second, I'm putting forward a motion to continue the meeting for another 15 minutes. I'll presume a second. Thank you for the hand. All in favor, aye. Thank you. Please continue, Fred.
Okay, good. So I'll write that reply unless somebody really feels motivated to, or one of council. Hearing none, I will.
Well, I can do it if I'm doing all the talking. Yes, if you speak your face out, Yana.
I think if you look at the for the 2 ones here for Brian and Craig, I wrote to Craig. So if you can reflect on that. Brian, I didn't, because at that point her 22-point must-have list was just going in the wrong direction. So I think whatever you do for their next door neighbors. So whatever you do for one, you've got to do for the other one.
I would just like to make sure we make the statement that the design of these PRVs did not come from the infrastructure committee, did not come to council for approval. That was a mistake. Didn't come to council. And if we need to say that. That's why I'm offering to do it.
The designs did go to the infrastructure committee, Councillor Abbott. They went twice. The first time they went was when it was part of the original AECOM project. And the second time it was, as you and I discussed, it was advised that the tender documents were on the website.
Okay, well, nobody's looking at those.
Yeah, I see committee though.
True. All right.
Mr. Greville did look at them.
All right. Are you offering to do this one, Councillor Abbott? These 2?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is from Monica Gerwas. I sure hope I'm pronouncing her name right. I don't know about the rest of you, but her first page has pictures apparently, and I just have blank squares on it. But anyhow, she is speaking about the 600,000 COVID grant funding. She's got some ideas. Oh, actually, this is an old one. I've actually responded to this one. So this one's asked, answered, and responded. Next one is, I should ask though, I had a note on myself for the CIO. Is it possible to use the COVID funds for the project as Monica suggested? No, I've kind of forgotten what her project is. Oh yeah, it's about cleaning up the debris in the wildlands around the village that could cause a wildfire. Is that something that the COVID funds could be used for, or I don't know.
I wouldn't think so. It doesn't strike me as something that is related to an expense or something that couldn't do because of the pandemic or has been caused in some way, directly or indirectly, by the pandemic. I don't see that connection.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure either, so. Okay, put that as received. And down to another one for the PRV. This is the one. This is the one from Craig. This is the one that is waiting for a formal response from the village to residents. Again, a formal sketch to show its final project and landscaping should have been included in any consultation package to present in layman's terms for public to comprehend the visual impact as done for the beach park. I have not been able to find this. Should this one, it's been a, I don't know. Yeah. No, is there anything else you would choose to add to this lengthy exchange, or should we wait for, I don't know. It just seems like this conversation has been going on for a while, and it looks like you've answered his questions, but
I thought Neville was going to provide a response to Pat Craig.
Yeah, I will.
you
as
will?
well as Brian Bull.
Yes, and I'll touch base again and make sure that I have my facts straight before I do so.
Okay.
Especially the reference to the previous IC meetings. I'll get it straight.
Yeah, okay. Give me a shout if you need to talk it over. I'll be glad to do what I can. Scroll down for a fair distance. We've got page 43. Getting down to there. I think my mouse is getting tired. Okay, here we are with Mrs. Azordigan. Her suggestion about Kelvin Grove parking lot. Again, she has brought up the subject of divers changing in the parking lot in front of their very eyes, she says. She's also asking if we could add 3 additional parking spaces for residents and move the signage to the left to allow for more parking spots for the residents. I think her idea is to get everybody, if they're going to be changing there, to be behind the bushes. But somebody has suggested maybe we should be directing the divers to the Kelvin Grove Beach Park. I don't know who suggested that. It's not my idea, but seems like it's not a bad idea. I'd be happy to reply to her, but I'd take direction from staff and council on that one.
I think that it's not practical for them to change in the wash parking because they then would be carrying all their gear or clothing, whichever direction they're going, back to their vehicle and going back down again. So they're gonna change their vehicle. The pictures that she sent, you can see that from the perspective of the picture that was taken, it doesn't matter if you push another 5 spots down, you're still going to be able to see, you can see the whole parking lot from her window. So I think the answer is don't look, to be quite frank. It's people changing in their underwear, they've got a towel on. I went through all the photos. I didn't see any private parts. It's police certainly wouldn't give the person a ticket, so I'm not sure that we should. I understand her perspective, but I think that it's you've got to weigh the different considerations, and just my immediate thoughts on it. But I just don't think it's going to make a difference to add a few spots and push them down. You can still see from her window.
Yeah, okay. I guess I can encourage her that the Kelvin Grove parking lot is going to be addressed in our parking plan, and welcome her opinions and input.
Yep.
Fair enough. Okay. Now we've got one from P. May.
Sorry, Fred, can I interrupt for just a second? I think you passed over one from David Waller at page 42 of the correspondence, or 171 of the package.
Oh, you're right. My mistake.
He spoke to the matter earlier, but talks about the effect of the pandemic on people.
Oh, you're right. I see Mr. Waller is still in the gallery. Can the CFO speak to the limits of the use of the funds as we know it at this time? I know we're not allowed to use them to offset taxes. Mr. Waller's comment was, I urge you not to consider this windfall or fiscal resource to pay for something desired, but to have a tangible link to most challenging aspects in the pandemic.
Councillor
If I can
Bannon.
make a point, that's probably what we're going to discuss in the next meeting. We discuss tax raises and how we pay for things. I think we decided earlier that tonight we just dealt with the capex, not with tax increases, and I think Mr. Waller will probably get a better answer after the next meeting.
Yeah, I would just again clarify that unfortunately when we said in a form of tax relief, we are not able to use the COVID money for direct tax relief.
Yeah.
And that's directly from the ministry, but we are looking to offset expenses that we would have spent anyway. I appreciate the point. We don't want to spend it on frivolous things, but things like the bylaw enforcement officers, we're hoping to spend it on things that we would have spent anyway. So indirectly, there is a reduction in expenses.
There you go. Councillor Bain, you've been doing some heavy lifting along with Councillor Abbott. I'm fairly close to Mr. Waller. I'll offer to respond.
Okay. Good.
I would suggest the response happens after the next meeting or refers to it, because I have some thoughts on what the CFO has just said and what I previously said. And I think we are going to discuss this in the next meeting. But anyway, a response now and another one later might be more relevant.
Okay, good. Sounds like a good idea. We're down to Philippa May requesting that Indigenous land acknowledgement be placed on village website. I know a lot of people are doing this, but it's been our practice in that we usually don't make pronouncements and declarations as we seek to focus on the needs of our small community, as opposed to I don't know, making statements that really don't affect us. I see little value in relighting reciting rote statements as I don't believe they benefit anyone, let alone our little community. So that's my opinion. I have no animosity towards anybody, but I really don't want us to be starting to make statements for showpieces and stuff. I don't know, that's my personal belief. If anyone sees things differently, feel free, but I don't know if anyone has something they want to add to this.
I will. This is something that's in front of the metro communities. It took 2 hours of my time on Saturday morning in their workshop dealing specifically with reconciliation. There'll be motions put forward at the metro that they will probably ask the federated community members to join in. You can read the literature yourself and make the call. I had it in my mind to bring it forward as a point of discussion within the next month, because it has been over 2 years since we addressed this issue, and times have changed significantly in 2 years. So there are some communities that do, some communities that don't. I would suggest that if it's fine with you, Councillor Bain, I'll offer to write back to Philippa and kind of just give her the lay of the land, and it's still a point of up for discussion.
That would be appreciated. Thank you. Okay, next on our lengthy list is down to Francis Potgieter. And I know I'm not pronouncing it right. I've been told by a South African how to pronounce it, but I just can't make those syllables work.
Potgieter. Potgieter.
Carl Burr had more emphasis on the second syllable. Maybe it comes from a different part. She is speaking of a fenced area for a dog run. Although we have off-leash areas, they're not fenced and allowing dogs to escape and get injured. Being a dog owner myself, I empathize with your concerns. I don't know, she mentioned the tennis court as a possible place. I don't know if this is feasible or not, so I'm not sure what to say to her. Any suggestions?
I'm not sure how it would work at the tennis court. I think the suggestion was the area outside the tennis court, which is like a sort of wide roadway that comes up to it. I think that's what the suggestion was.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't sound very practical. What about Wade Park? Smallish area, but easily fenced. And every time I drive by there, there's no one in the park.
Yeah, there's new landscaping down there by the works yard, and done pretty nicely onto the low side of it. I don't think that would contain a dog at all.
Put a fence on the high side with the actual park area.
I don't know. I wonder if how the residents would feel about a fence there.
You could ask.
Yeah.
Really easy to fence. It's all flat.
Yeah.
Now, of course, there's a consideration of the family members who it was named after, and that should also be taken into account. I mean, if it was me, a dog lover, I would say go for it, but we should consider that as well.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll write a compassionate, I don't know response to her, I suppose. Maybe she has some further ideas we can gather from that. Brenda Broughton, Village Finances is our, oh yeah, we've already addressed Mr. Bull. Councillor Abbott is going to respond to him as well. Then to Brenda Broughton. Whoops. Sorry. Coming up. Yeah, I think this is pretty much a restatement and reiteration of what Mrs. Broughton has pointed out before. I think it's on the public record now. Mentioning her request for zero tax increase, relocation of the tennis court, community discussion, with some of the highlights in here. And the Lions Bay corridor. And translate funding. I think we've answered all these questions, if I'm not mistaken, unless somebody sees it differently. Should we put this as received then, or as soon as she's had her chance to speak? I don't know if this needs a reply at this time because all these things are in consideration.
Would you want to drop her a thank you note for her delegation?
I think that would be wonderful.
There you go.
And this one here from Carl Burr, resigning from the Infrastructure Committee. Yeah, wasn't one of the better letters I've read. Very sorry to hear this one coming. He and I have spoken about this, and his contribution will be missed. I don't know. We've spoken personally. I don't see a need to write a letter to him. So it's received. And now there's various ones are responses from letters from previous meetings. I think for any of the questions about the wastewater treatment plant, for example, of R7 here, residential 7, I would suggest readers review Mayor McLaughlin's response in R7, which is the next level. But I think these are all replies. So I think we just received them in a batch from pages 53 to 61. And if anyone has any further comments, I think Mayor McLaughlin's comments should be more than adequate, in my opinion. And that takes us to the end of the correspondence.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bain. A long list. Hopefully it'll be a little shorter next time. Thank you very much, councillors and staff. We're at the end. There's no other pieces of business left on the table. No new business. Public has already gone. We're not going into close, so motion to adjourn. Thank you. Councillor Abbott. Oh, sorry. Councillor Abbott, before we adjourn.
On that dog park thing, I've had a few people approach me with similar ideas. Maybe I'll gather some thoughts and bring it back to a council meeting. Other thoughts other than what I suggested earlier, because I've had a few people approach me about that.
Okay.
Wondering if it should be a budget item. I'm
budget
thinking
item?
in terms of if there's any type of fencing involved, there would be a cost to that.
Councillor Abbott.
Yeah, thoughts really fast. Wasn't thinking that just yet.
$5 grand. $5 grand to place it.
Not essence of CSC on March 16th.
Well, we've got another meeting. Let me give it some thought and see if there's any idea that seems like it might stick and bring something to the next meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Abbott. Motion to adjourn. And thank you. All in favor? Ayes. Yes. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Bye. Thank you.
Good night.
Bye.